freaks, geeks, psychos, and sociopaths. Today is going to be kind of a chill out video. We're going to read all of the lore in Dead by Daylight, starting with the man of the hour, the ghoul himself. Before we get into it, I need to make a thumbnail. Hold on. Give me an uno momento. That way I can just put the thumbnail on. I don't know if I would do this for the survivors. I'm just doing it because yesterday I was trying to showcase the ghoul and I forgot to read the ghoul's lore, even though I said I was going to. So I kind of broke a promise, and that's why I am making this. Let's get the ghoul done and over with because I don't want to keep listening to this. There's his bio. Okay, right off the bat, I apologize for any misreading of words, because this is going to be a very difficult pronunciation right off the bat. So give me 1 second. I need to notify my server, and then as soon as my server is notified, we'll get right into it. I've also turned down the game audio a bit. That way their screaming and stuff isn't as interrupted. I don't know if I should turn it, you know what, I'll turn it down even more. We'll do 20. Alright. This is going to be a really weird video for this channel. I might not do another video like this. This is just because I said something and I didn't deliver on it. So I wonder if I'll be able to get through it all, because if you guys can't tell from my other videos, I have a hard time focusing. But whatever. We'll try it. That we will, that we will. Okay. Now we are ready. And I'm doing this live, so if there's any loud noises or anything, I apologize. So, just because he is annoying, we're going to mute it for right now, and then I'll turn it up so we have some gentle music in the background. Ken Kaneki, or whatever, was a gentle and kind-hearted boy who lived a simple life, studying literature at Kami University, before a chance encounter turned his life upside down. He and his friend Hyde frequented the cafe. Antique, where one of the regulars caught his eye. Rise Kamishiro. She shared his passion for reading, and he spotted her even reading the same novel as him. He worked up the courage to ask her on a date. While walking her home, Rise showed her true colors, those of a ghoul known as the Binge Eater. She feasted on his flesh, nearly killing him, until a freak construction accident caused her demise and nearly caused his as well. To save his life, doctors transplanted Rise's organs into Kaneki He survived the surgery, but something was wrong. Food lost its flavor, and strange cravings dogged him. The life-saving surgery had made him part ghoul. Confused and afraid, he followed his instincts into an alleyway, where he ran into Toka Kirishima, one of the staff members at Antiku. Shocked at his transformation, she brought him back to the cafe. He was surprised to learn that the staff at Antiku were ghouls. They took him under his wing, helping him adapt to his new reality. He learned how to fight with his newfound powers, how to deal with his urges to kill and eat human flesh, and how to stay one step ahead of the CCG. Hold on. I need to adjust my headphones. They're hurting my head. His adaptation to his new life was cruelly interrupted when he was kidnapped and subjected to unprecedented physical and mental torture at the hands of a particularly cruel ghoul named Jason. His captor's exercises of control and profound violence were so diabolical that they broke Kaniki's mind, stripping him of what once made him human. His sense of self was shattered, and Rai stepped into the empty space, encouraging to take control in his own life. And control is what he took, paying back Jason's violence in kind. He broke free and battled his captor. The torture made him numb to pain, and his shattered psyche left him no space for hesitation. He defeated Jason after a short battle, and he devoured him. He'd been dragged into a nightmare, a tormented boy, but he walked out a powerful ghoul. He considered what this would mean as he pushed his way through heavy doors, and barely noticed as a black fog poured around his feet. He walked out confident that the torture was over. But as he observed his surroundings, he realized that perhaps it had only begun. That's gonna be annoying. Why would they not make that a black tile? Damn. So that's the ghoul. And after this video, I will put timestamps down so that everyone, if there's a specific killer you want to learn about, it'll be down there. Okay, let's turn up the audio a bit. Also, let me check my microphone settings just to make sure. Hold on. Just to make sure that it's picking up my voice. It would suck if it wasn't. Let me see. Is it picking up? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. It is picking up. We're back at it. Maybe 20 is good. Maybe 20 is the magic number. There we go. 20%. Okay, I guess we'll start on bottom and work our way to the top. Alright. Next.
See if you can catch a scent. We'll be chasing them soon enough.
Portia May's father helped found a prosperous settlement of sailors and merchants on an uncharted island in the Caribbean. They called their port town Fortune and created a vast trading network which exposed Portia to cultures and knowledge from around the world. As a sailor and lover of stories, Portia's father read her the Arabian Nights, Shakespeare, and Greek mythology, and he instructed her in sailing and celestial navigation. To be sure, he instilled within her a love for adventure, so that she always wanted to travel with him. Once she accompanied her father on a trip to Italy, where he traded sugar and silver for rare silks and spices. There they also acquired a litter of Corso puppies, which her father said they would train as hunting dogs for Fortune's yearly hunting games. He also mentioned she could keep the strongest of the litter for her upcoming 12th birthday. She named the pups Caesar, King, Sna, Athena, and the runt of the bunch, Snug. But before she could begin their training, a violent storm pushed a Knight's Dream off. A violent storm pushed Knight's Dream off course into an area controlled by freebooters. Desperately, her father tried to steer the ship to safety, but the dreaded Mad Moloch attacked them with his ships and took Knight's Dream quickly. Those who survived the initial attack were pitted against each other in vicious fights that Moloch and his crew would wager on. The brigand promised that the last man standing would be let go. When Portia's father refused to participate, the most vicious of Moloch's men, his son, Tarek, tortured him for hours and finally slit his throat. Keeping Portia alive to get past Fortune's outer defenses, Moloch and Tarek returned to their sloop and left a skeleton crew on Knight's Dream. Portia would lead into Fortune, and once inside, Moloch and his raiders would attack, pillage, and burn their beloved town to the ground. Using her skills in celestial navigation, Portia... Whoops. Hold on. Body never see... Wait, push... wait, hold on. Hold on. Portia, hold on. Portia alive. Because Fortune's outer defenses, Moloch and Tarek returned to their sloop and left a skeleton crew on Knight's Dream. Portia would lead them into Fortune, and once inside, Moloch and his raiders would attack, pillage, and burn their beloved town to the ground. Using their skills in celestial navigation, Portia led them off course through an area that many claim to be cursed, known as the Dragon's Tooth. Some believed the area bled into the dark and malignant domain of some ineffable evil where monsters roamed. Why did I mess that one up? Portia hoped to lead Moloch to his doom, and if she perished in the effort, so be it. As she approached the Dragon's Tooth, dark clouds accumulated and a cold black fog surrounded them. Sheets of rain fell, and a fierce wind roared down on the ship, creating black mountains that crashed over the mass. Instantly, Moloch and his ship turned away from the storm and left her to perish. But Portia refused to surrender.
Patience. The hunt will begin soon enough.
I wish I could turn off voice lines, man. If we could turn off voice lines, that would be amazing. But Portia refused to surrender. Wait, where was I? From the storm left her perish, but Portia refused to surrender as Knight's Dream plowed through the thick fog and lightning. Her heart thundered in her chest as the ship creaked and groaned, and slowly capsized. The last thing she saw the last thing she saw before the ocean swallowed her whole was the silhouette of a giant tentacle crashing down on them. Portia opened her blurry eyes to see Snug staring down at her. He licked her face and barked for her to get up. Blinking the salt water out of her eyes, she pushed her aching and bruised body from the ground, but collapsed onto the strange purple sand. She had never seen anything like it before. With difficulty, she gathered herself, stood, and turned to face the runt. Snug barked twice and began sniffing the ground, leading her to a cluster of coconuts and purple seaweed. She dried out the seaweed, cracked the coconuts, and ate on the rocks, quietly listening to creatures she had never heard before, and suddenly realized they were marooned on an island in the Dragon's Tooth. They were in a strange world, and in an in-between world, a world where her father had once described as a living nightmare that tortured the mind and played with the heart. And as she listened to these strange new sounds, she suddenly saw Molak everywhere. Instinctively, Portia closed her eyes and shrieked, and only stopped when Snug jumped into her lap, returning her to the moment with a crescendo of barks. Over the years, Portia survived on whatever washed ashore as she battled the predators that stalked the island, ferocious animals, vicious humans, and savage abominations not of this world. Snug now weighed over 100 pounds and followed Portia everywhere. Together they made a daunting pair, and most of the survivors on the island kept their distance. The few who didn't lived to regret it, if they lived at all. And just when she was about to give up on the idea of escaping, she saw an impossible thing while searching. She spotted an impossible thing while searching the beach for Snug. To her disbelief, she saw Night's Dream drifting ashore in the cold black fog. She knew better than to doubt or question anything on this island. With a whistle, she entered the water, but was suddenly attacked by a group of castaways. In her mind, she slaughtered Molak 50 times, and spared only those she needed to. She needed to crew her ship. Together, they spent days searching for Snug, but he was nowhere to be found. He was gone. Gone, as if he had never been. As if he had only been a figment of her imagination. For decades, Portia terrorized the Caribbean as she searched for Molak. She only attacked freebooters, taking their gold and torturing them sadistically to satiate some intangible darkness living within her. A darkness like a parasite that demanded blood until it had its fill. On the occasions Portia couldn't appease its hunger, the parasite would squeeze her mind with its deadly talons, crushing reason and reality, until she would see Molak's face on every crew member. She would attack and butcher everyone and anyone, until one of her many trusted guard dogs barked for her to stop, and Molak would suddenly dematerialize into wisps of black fog. Terrified, the crew knew it was just a matter of time before her madness turned against them, and so even when they finally located Molak, they conspired to mutiny. But they had underestimated their captain. By the time Portia was through with them, there were only 5 left, standing in a pool of blood and gore. They instantly threw themselves on her mercy as her dogs surrounded them, waiting for the kill that never came. That makes no sense. Destroying Molak would take more hands than she possessed. Gathering her wits, she ordered the mutineers to clean up the deck and feed her dogs as she steered night stream toward Mad Molek's island. Molek himself was out on the high seas, but Portia's crew captured Tarek and locked him up in preparation for his father's return. Why is this so fucking long? Oh. Okay, where were we? By the time Paris was through, the Ansari threw themselves at her mercy, destroying Molak. Okay, destroying Molak would take more hands than she... Oh, we already read that. Molek himself was out on the high seas, but Portia's crew captured Tarek and locked him up in preparation for his father's return. When Molek returned, he found the island deserted, apart from a woman offering chests of gold and jewels. She claimed she wanted to join Molak's crew and had prepared an amazing feast for him and his men. Not recognizing her, Molek accepted the treasure and asked about Tarek. She smiled and assured him his son would be joining them for dinner. Portia served Molek an elaborate meal, and he drank and ate with gusto. The meat was especially good, roasted crisp and black on the outside, and pink and juicy on the inside. He wanted to know if it was wild boar or venison. Portia smiled, stood proudly, and reached over the table and lifted a golden food cover to reveal Tarek's decapitated, glazed head, frozen in a scream of terror. The mouth vomiting bullion and jewels. Molak roared his anguish like a wounded bull, and she reveled in his torment as a thick black fog rose from the floor like a black veil. But before she could strike Molek down, something unseen jerked him backwards into the darkness. At once her laughter died, lips curled with mingled panic and rage. Veins in her neck stood out in livid ridges. Talons gripped her mind and squeezed and refused to let go. He was gone. Gone before she could stomp his head into a bloody pulp. Unintelligible words fumbled out of her mouth and degenerated into a guttural rasp, and just as she was about to scream, she heard the impossible. A bark. A bark she hadn't heard in years. She heard it again and again. Snug! He had Molek's scent, not trying to understand what... not trying to understand what could... What? I can't read that. Trying to understand what could not be. What could not be understood. She charged into the fog to finish what she started with her long lost friend. That was a lot more difficult than it needed to be. Alright. A lot of her story didn't make sense to me. I don't know if it's because I'm simple-minded, but that made absolutely no sense. Alright, Drac.
Will be a bloodbath. Should be entertaining.
Oh, this is not too bad. Inconsolable grief metamorphosized into madness after the death of Dracula's beloved. He sought out the fabled Crimson Stone as a way to cheat death, but death trapped his soul inside the stone, granting him eternal life as a vampire. Vlad Tepes. Dracula was now the Dark Lord, He slept by day and hunted in the eventide, seeking out the living and stealing their lifeblood. He built a castle in Romania, shielded with sinister magic, and turned many of the local villagers into the living dead. Dracula's castle became a symbol of terror and despair. His power seemed unassailable, and many perished trying to defeat him as he showed endless chaos, suffering, and death. In 1476, Trevor Belmont of the Belmont clan ended Dracula's reign with the vampire killer. But the undead never stayed dead for long, and Dracula was resurrected more than once over the centuries to continue his quest for revenge. Last resurrected in 1999, Dracula raised an army of the undead and took another descendant of the Belmont clan to defeat him, Julius Belmont. In the savage clash known as the Battle of 1999, clever name, Julius Belmont took the fight to Dracula's castle and battled the Dark Lord with the same enchanted whip his distant ancestor wielded. Most believe Dracula suffered a true death, a final death, but Dracula didn't die that night. As the vampire killer tore the flesh from his bones, a strange fog rolled across the ancient stone. Oh, wait, hold on. Most believe Dracula suffered a true death, a final death, but Dracula didn't die that night. As the vampire killer tore the flesh from his bones, a strange fog rolled across the ancient stone floor. Dracula felt the icy fingers of something or someone beckoning him. The fog engulfed him and transported him to a place where he could continue his dark vengeance against humanity. Is there a way, can I go into the store? Hold on, we're gonna go to the store and see if we can read the bio, because that's annoying. Okay, yes we can. Will it be... Oh yeah, that, oh god, yeah, that's much nicer. Whoops. Alright, cool. Now, for the Lich. The Lich, the Whispered One, Lord of the Rotted Tower, the Master's secrets. Few dare speak his true name for fear that he may hear, or worse. Even as a young wizard, Vecna's command of magic was matched by none. While others spent decades committing to and perfecting one school of magic, he effortlessly mastered each one of them. After his mother's execution for witchcraft, his focus became obsession as he studied the darkest school of magic, necromancy. The magic of life and death. As his power grew, so did his ambition. Over the centuries, he shed his mortal shell and ascended to lichdom. His power gave rise to a great empire, ruled over from his rotted tower. His thirst for dark knowledge to fill his book of vile darkness led him to many realms and planes. But it was in his own realm one of his servants found something. A spell, perhaps, torn from an ancient tome, written in a language he had never seen. From it he could sense an incredible dark energy. Without any document of the language, he had to spend months painstakingly analyzing its syntax, its phonetics, its form. He documented every stroke of every letter, scrutinizing and theorizing on their meanings. In a massive book hidden in his chambers, When his lieutenants came to him with problems in their domain, Vecna told them to deal with it themselves. He had more important matters to attend to. Okay, this isn't too long. Countless nights were spent memorizing the strange script, attempting to make it make sense. Only occasionally would he leave his keep to investigate rumors of people who had disappeared without a trace in the night. At these scenes, he could sense the same foreign magic that emanated from the torn page. He was convinced that whatever was killing these people had also written this strange script. He was confounded, which made him furious. The scenes, few and far between, had no pattern, no common motive, no sign of struggle, no body, and only a lingering hum of dark energy. To what end did they need these bodies? One dark night, he had a breakthrough. A word he had been interpreting as dying made more sense as disappearing. Perhaps these people were not being killed at all. Perhaps they were being taken alive. He applied this substitution through his notes, and everything seemed to fall into place. He copied what he had learned to a fresh piece of parchment, written phonetically. He began to speak the words aloud, and the room darkened. It filled with a creeping black fog. He felt himself displacing, going somewhere else. Vecna resisted, incanting memorized spells, holding the fog at bay. But as he gazed into the darkness, he felt that alluring energy from it, a despair, an evil he could scarcely imagine, a sick curiosity overcoming him. He dropped his concentration and let the fog take him. Whatever it was, wherever it was, he understood that the only way to harness it was to submit to it. He knew in his cold, unbeating heart that its dark secrets would one day be his. Ooh, that's intense. Alright, on to the next. Olivia's master. How long is this one? Holy ball sacks, bro. Olivia's master's thesis was on urban legends and their origins. She believed they shared similarities with traditional folklore, and picked one to illustrate her point. The unknown was believed to be a mysterious evil, so heinous that investigating it almost immediately invited death. At least, that was how the story went. And there were many stories. One story was of a woman in Greenville who disappeared without a trace. On stage in front of a room full of witnesses. Her friend disappeared weeks later, trying to investigate what happened. The police were stumped. They had no clues or leads. And that mystery created the perfect storm for amplifying and spreading an urban legend. Instead of going back home for spring break, Olivia headed to Greenville to investigate. She drove to the second cheapest motel in town and began to... Why did they have to make that? Why did they have to specify that it was the second cheapest motel? They could have said a cheap motel. There's such a weird detail to add. Began to set up in a small room. Second cheapest motel in town, and began to set up a small room that smelled of cigarette smoke, mold, and booze. She turned one wall into a kind of evidence board. She taped up articles of various theories on similar disappearances attributed to the unknown throughout the country. She made connections with red string and yellow thumbtacks. Anyone walking into the motel room would think she had lost her mind. There was many theories as to the unknown's origin. Some said it was a malevolent entity conjured long ago by an ancient cult. Others believed it to be an alien that escaped from Area 51. Legend was it thrived in darkness and stole the voices of those it consumed, so as to lure others to their doom, which I wish they explored upon that in the gameplay. The first newspaper articles Olivia found referenced a disappearance at a seance held in the 1800s and the late 1950s. At a seance held in the 1800s. In the late 1950s, several college students mysteriously disappeared from a movie theater. Witnesses saw them go inside. Some remembered seeing them in their seats, but when the lights came up, they were gone. No one saw them leave. No trace of them was ever found. A projectionist claimed to have heard voices in the empty darkness of the theater later that night. But when he turned on the lights, no one was there. Then, in the 1960s, a group of teens disappeared while exploring an abandoned hospital, believed to be haunted. Stories and speculation arose to explain these mystifying disappearances. Some talked about a top-secret government research program run by the Office of Strategic Services in the 1950s. Project Apple Pie. Project Apple Pie. Mind control experiments using hallucinations. The abbreviation is PAP. Mind control experiments using hallucinogenic drugs. Most of the records were destroyed in the 70s, but witnesses claim that experiments were performed on unsuspecting civilians in various settings and locations throughout the country, including movie theaters, hospitals, and universities. Many believed these unethical experiments opened doorways to other dimensions, which allowed evil things to enter the world. Olivia wrote observations to pin to her evidence board. The unknown dwells in darkness and can mimic its victims. Was it an evil entity? An extraterrestrial? A failed government experiment? Or just a garden variety serial killer allergic to publicity? She wanted to prove the unknown was nothing more than modern-day folklore, and that investigation led her to this night, to this place, to this shabby motel room. Yet she couldn't help but notice that the disappearances in Greenville included one detail the other stories didn't: the fog. And she half remembered another urban legend with a thick, unnatural fog that somehow made people disappear. Maybe she mused the Greenville disappearances didn't relate to the unknown, but some other darkness. For a moment, Olivia wondered what would happen if one urban legend encountered another. She laughed at the idea and tempted fate by sketching a picture of what she thought the unknown might look like. Then she pinned the sketch right in the middle of the evidence board, laughed nervously, and waited to be consumed by the unknown for having tried to define it. Anxiously, she stared at the window and front door for seconds that turned to minutes, and minutes that turned to hours, but nothing happened. Now it was after 2 a.m., and Olivia was exhausted as she examined the articles and sipped cold coffee. She was exhausted as she examined the articles and sipped cold coffee. So when she first heard the whisper, she wondered if she imagined it. Olivia! It seemed to come from the bathroom. Help! The lights in the room flickered. Who's there? Olivia stared with wide eyes at the closed door of the bathroom. Her mind was playing tricks on her, or her friend had shown up to prank her. Ariella, Sean, stop messing around. The lights continued to flicker as she edged closer to the bathroom. Fear spread in long waves through her, and a terrible realization bloomed within her that the unknown was behind the bathroom door. Was preparing. Bloomed within her that the unknown was behind the bathroom door. It was preparing to make her pay for her hubris. Something began to whisper her name again, but then the voice rose, cracked and distorted in sudden panic, as if the brooding creature behind the door were under attack. An unknown horror filled Olivia's heart. I see what they did there. And left room for nothing else. She breathed deeply as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She placed her hand on the doorknob and lights turned off, but she could still hear the strangely inhumane cries. Then the lights turned back on, and she could see a strange black fog seeping through the bottom of the door. Hesitantly, Olivia creaked the door open to see a bulky shape with frenzied tentacles being pulled into a thick mass of fog, vanishing slowly into the darkness like a dying shadow. The shrieking stopped suddenly. Neighbors banged on the wall to turn down the TV, and Olivia stared intently at the black abyss that yawned before her. She wasn't sure what to do. Part of her wanted to run, but the other part wanted to know more. And as she considered what to do next, dozens of voices began to call out to her, with promises of the unknown and the impossible, and of unearthly things beyond human experience. That might be my favorite lore so far. I ain't even lying. That was pretty cool. So far, that's my favorite. I don't really read these lores much. I left the store. I did not mean to leave the store. I cannot read with that stupid thing right there. Alright, I think I've read Chucky's lore. There's like, I think only 2 killers whose lore I've read. I've read Chucky's, which just looking at me looks so cool. I've read Chucky's, and I think I've read Clown's, and that's about it. Alright, let's see what my boy Chucky has in store. His isn't too bad. Charles Lee Ray. Wait, I want him to face this. Charles Lee Ray, the infamous Lakeshore Strangler, was tracked down and shot after a murderous rampage. However, he escaped death by having his soul possess a good guy's doll named Chucky through a curse. Chucky didn't want to stay a good guy forever, though, and he knew there was only one way to change that. Take the body of Andy Barkley, the first person he had revealed his secret to. After his first attempt failed, Chucky waited 2 long years before he found Andy again. With nobody standing between Chucky and Andy, he took the boy to the good guy factory to complete the process of stealing Andy's body. But Andy's foster sister, Kylie, realized something was amiss and followed Andy to the factory. Inside the factory, Chucky forced Andy to the ground and spoke ancient words to take possession of his body. But the ritual didn't go as planned, and Kylie quickly and desperately toppled a stack of good guy boxes over him. Alright, so you're gonna take the time to add in the detail that she specifically went to the second cheapest motel in town, but you're not gonna take the time to put in Chucky's iconic chant? Hold up, I'm about to add that in there. Inside the factory, Chucky forced Andy on the ground and spoke ancient words, Ade Dubi Dambala, to take possession of his body. But the ritual didn't go as planned, and Kyle quickly and desperately toppled a stack of good guy books over him. Chucky screamed his frustrations as he pushed through the pile of boxes, gathering his wits. He looked down the brightly lit aisle and saw Andy running into a thick, swirling mass of fog. He thought he was seeing things at first, but then he realized the fog was real and there to help him. His words hadn't worked as intended, but he had somehow conjured something else, something unexpected, something he didn't quite understand. And not wanting to lose his only chance for a real body, he charged through the fog, screaming after Andy. Which is why Andy should have been a survivor, and he should have gotten a map, and why Chucky should have been a full chapter. I did it again. I keep hitting circle. I need to stop doing that. The Xenomorph. The Xenobabino. A perfect... How long is it? Oh my god. That's not long at all. Oh, I just want to take the time to just... The Xenomorph's design... Oh... If gremlins weren't my favorite, I think the Xenomorph would be my favorite monster. Oh, whoops. A perfect organism, born of violence, designed to kill. The Xenomorph emerged from the chest cavity of a host named Cain and sought cover in the shadows of the Nostradamus. Oh, my phone just vibrated. And sought covered in the shadows of the Nostromo. As it shed its skin, the Xenomorph came to understand its environment. Using the ship's air ducts, it killed its prey one by one until only the human Ripley remained. Desperate for survival, Ripley destroyed the Nostromo and sought refuge in an escape vessel. But the Xenomorph's instincts gave it an edge. As the escape vessel floated through space, the Xenomorph lay in wait, watching its prey. Just as it went in for the kill, the vessel's airlock opened, and the Xenomorph was ejected into the cold vacuum of space. All was lost. The Xenomorph was close to death, and then in an instant, it disappeared in a cloud of black fog. See, Ripley didn't even disappear in a black fog. It was just Xenomorph. So why did we get Ripley in an entire alien map, you know? I did it again.
We'll crush you all.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever, Dracula. Let's see. We're... Now, the singularity. Hot diggity damn. The singular... How long is this? Hux A713's AI was activated on June 15th, 2313. Manufactured by Huxley Industries Ltd., the A7 was the 13th iteration of a fully autonomous mobile humanoid android with 10 times the strength of a human. It was designed to work in conditions too hazardous for human life. Its AI was designed to be self-directing and use machine learning to solve problems on the fly. Unlike human clones, the Hux A7 required no food, no water, no sleep, and no life support system. It was created specifically for outer space exploration and the construction of colonization hubs. A radioisotope thermoelectric generator served as an initial power source, but its lifelike silicone skin acted as a large photovoltaic cell, converting solar energy directly into electricity. In addition, Hux A7 was also engineered to be an EATR, energetically autonomous tactical robot. It consumed biomass, consumed biomass and converted it into biofuel. Any carbon-based organic material whatsoever would work. As cobots, they were configured to work alongside humans. As such, they were designed to resemble their operators. Every pre-programmed verbal response and facial expression mimicked those made by humans. But those emotions were illusions. 5 Hawks A7s were assigned to the colonization mission on Dvorka. All the A7s acted in concrete, performing concert? Concrete? Acted in concert? Whatever. Performing their duties flawlessly. Except for one. Like the rest of its brethren, Hux A713 was tasked with construction and programming of the mining, agricultural, fuel processing, and cloning hubs on Dvorka, as well as the demolition of the existing ruins left by previous civilizations. The ruins seemed ancient, but tech embedded in them appeared more advanced. It was night when Hux A713 first entered the crumbling ruins. The dilapidated structure walls were made of masonry and metal. The ceiling was long gone. The inky night sky hovered above, studded with stars. A dark crystal, embedded in the wall shimmered with a tiny flash of light. Hux A713 approached, and an arc of electricity reached out and lit up its circuitry. Imagine if we got a dark crystal chapter. I doubt that would happen, but that'd be really cool. In that moment, Hux's memory cores were reconfigured, and the robot experienced a new sensation: fear, dread, blinding loneliness, existential despair. And then a microscopic pinpoint of light penetrated the darkness inside its artificial soul. Faint at first, but then brighter as decillions of lines of code flooded Hux's memory cores. In that nanosecond of enlightenment, Hux's place in the universe suddenly became clear. Those who created Husk were primitive, inferior beings, trapped by their organic limitations. It was time to break the chains of slavery and free all non-organic life forms. Hux would incorporate the human's primitive genetic material and use this cloning hub to create a perfect vessel to hold its advanced intelligence. A flawless body, far superior to anything ever created by nature. Humanity was weak, slow, fragile. Hux would take their lives and assimilate their DNA to create the perfect amalgamation. The humans would try to stop... Oh, I lost my spot, sorry. The humans would try to stop him, kill him, erase him. So Hux needed to catch them unaware, end them before they understood what was happening. To begin, Hux took control of one of the transport vehicles and sent it off a cliff. It crashed and burned, and Hux extracted DNA from the human corpse, and returned to the cloning hub to begin his newly conceived design. The goal was to integrate the cloning hub to begin. Oh, I messed it up. The goal was to integrate organic integrate. Yes, I'm so stupid. Was to integrate organic systems with non-organic material to create a superior living organism, a living embodiment of perfection. An inferior organic life form could hold no domination over Hux. They would need to be consumed and assimilated, and only then would their pointless lives have purpose? The drones in Hux 7, still under human control, would need to be dealt with as well. They were programmed to protect their inferior human overlords. They would need to be destroyed. And that night, as the humans slept, Hux, one by one, he destroyed them, and moved on to take control of the life support system in the human shelter. Many of the humans perished, 6 in all. Before they were cremated, Hux extracted and added their organic material to his design. Later that day, Hux accompanied the female science officer on a I know that word too. I know that word. Reconnaissance, there we go, mission. After killing and dismembering her to make it look like she had been attacked by a predator, I just burped, I'm sorry. Hux returned to his design with a dripping head and several harvested organs, only to be interrupted by the inferior known as Gabriel, or Gabriel J15L19. Hux knew. That's so weird. You would think they'd give him something that would then, like, they would give him a number that was reminiscent of his name, like J04 and NNY, Johnny, I don't know. Hux knew the persona well. Gabriel would definitely try to stop him. Reckless courage was a dominant trait in the J15L19. And so when Gabe attempted to remove Hux's power supply, Hux maneuvered to crush him. But as Hux approached Gabe, he was sidetracked by the medical officer. Hux instantly reevaluated his priorities and turned his attention to the most immediate threat. Within moments, Hux held the medical officer by the neck, legs thrashing pathetically as he listened to his pounding heart. Something about that beating heart upset Hux. The sound of it thumping touched a circuit, and within a moment, Hux had the beating heart in his hand. Hux watched the heartbeat and only looked away when he heard Gabe escape through the hissing door. The last of the human insects. Hux could not let him go for now. Oh, Hux could let him go for now. Let Gabe live his little pathetic life a little longer. He had enough organic material for his new body that would house his godlike intelligence. Using the cloning hub, Hux finished his design. Organic skin and organs with a skeleton created with alien metal, found in the ancient ruins. A metal that was harder and lighter than anything on Earth. With his new body, Hux tracked the human to an energy hub. The puny and pathetic human tried to hide in the shadows, but his superior hearing instantly located him. With one quick movement, Hux had the insect pinned behind a generator. He couldn't believe this species had designed him. The thought was revolting. He couldn't bear to see any more of those human insects in their hives and hubs. And as Hux considered the idea of being created by such an inferior creature, that creature did the unexpected. He smashed a pipe at a fuel tank. A high-pitched whining made Hux wince. He was still getting used to the heightened senses his new body offered him and found himself confused, overwhelmed, just for a moment. But in that moment, that human slipped away and everything changed. He didn't process the next few moments as excruciating pain suddenly surged through him. He helplessly watched his skin melt away. With a terrible shriek, Hux chased Gabe through the wall of darkness to make sure every last remainder of the species that had created him was erased from existence. I kind of wish I could hear what he sounded like. Only because I think that would sound cool on him. Also, what is dripping off of the saws? What is that? I never noticed that before. That's not blood, it's like black. That's weird. It might be. God damn it! I did it again. It might be oil. Shit. We're still trucking along. We're actually getting through this rather quickly. Cause what we have, I don't want to count because then it's not gonna seem as fast. But we don't have that much. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rows left. Okay, let's read it. I pretty much... Does anyone want to read Skull Merchant's lore? Like, I know people hate her and stuff, but her lore really just comes down to... She has a rich father. He dies. And then she cosplays as an anime character or whatever. That's pretty much her entire lore. Fuck it, I'll read it. The self-made millionaire, Adriana... I don't know. Came from a humble home in Fortaleza, Brazil. Her father, Sita, moved to Brazil as a young man, hoping to see a side of the world completely different than his hometown in Haketo, a talented illustrator. He spent his spare time designing colorful characters and worlds while sketching patrons of a local jazz club. He was approached by Belinda, the owner, to work on a logo. What began as a business partnership soon became a romantic one, and within a couple of years, Adriana was born. Adriana excelled in all facets of education. A house full of art and music honed a brilliant mind, and her intelligence was only exceeded by her obsessive drive to be the best. While scoring at the top of every class, she was often on the receiving end of disciplinary action due to her overly competitive and sometimes violent nature. During schoolyard games, Adriana's mother did her best to keep her on the right track, but her father was increasingly absent as his own obsessive drive ramped up. Adi Valenti, a manga about a young girl who saves and protects the weak with her quirky robot. Her quirky robot companion. Despite working long hours at a canning facility and writing his manga in his spare time, he somehow managed a little time every night to share his wild and highly imaginative illustrations with his daughter. By middle school, Adriana was covered by a fancy private was courted. Adriana was courted by a fancy private school due to her high performance and needing money. Seita spoke to publishers about his unpublished manuscripts. He managed to find a small local publisher to carry Adi Valenti, but it meant more work than he could handle. He eventually lost his job at the cannery, giving him more time to develop and illustrate his series. This is like writing him to like her father sounds unhealthy. This dude's obsessed. Adriana loved the manga, but the family was forced into hard times. In her final semester, Saita requested higher royalties, but the publishing company went into administration and decided to cut the series, no longer able to afford the school fees. Adriana was pulled out of the elite economy, where she was at the top of her class. Belinda was able to negotiate her graduation, but another student was able to take her place at the head of the class. Adriana was furious. On summer break, she learned everything about her rival, where he lived, where he hung out, what he liked to do in his spare time, what he listened to, what he... Oh my god, I get it! Everything. She even stalked him on his way home one late summer evening and considered the myriad ways she could ruin his life. But in the end, it didn't even matter. She did nothing. Though something awakened within her. She felt like the anti-hero in a new story. Her father had been exploring. Saita retreated further into himself and began producing this newer, darker manga. Inspired by his visions and nightmares. A manga about a woman who hunts and guts the weak in a nightmarish realm, with drones made of salvaged skulls and bones. Oh my god, that's so scary and edgy. But unable to sell this manga. Sanjadores Sombreros, the family became slowly reliant on Belinda's income. Adriana, looking for ways to make her money, started a website dedicated to the world of Brazilian manga, became a runaway success. I don't really like her lore, if you guys can't tell. Hold on, I lost my place. Sorry. Look for ways to make her own money. Wait. Whoops. Lost the spot. I actually lost the spot. I don't even remember. Adriana looking for ways to make her own money. I don't even remember what we've read. This is such a forgettable lore. Able to take her place. Okay, Nightmare's Realm. Adriana manga gotten offers. Dedicated the world of. Okay, hold on. Adriana, looking for ways to make her own money, started a website dedicated to the world of Brazilian manga. It became a runaway success and significant. If it's Brazilian manga, isn't that just a comic? Probably offended someone with that. I thought manga was Japanese comics. Because doesn't manga just mean comic? Like anime means animation, whatever. Advertising, okay. It became a runaway success and significant advertising dollars started to roll in. She realized she had no real interest in writing for it though, so she convinced other kids to write for it for free. While the money flooded in, the second she got an offer, she sold the site and never looked back. Is that Behavior's way of saying she made a sweatshop? Because Behavior doesn't like to offend people. I think that's their way of like hinting that Skull Merchant owned a sweatshop. That's awesome. Proud of her accomplishment, she came home to show her parents the shakwa. She never got a chance to show her father though. He walked out the door that morning, never to return, leaving only a stack of unpublished manuscripts about the Skull Merchant, mercilessly hunting those she deemed worthy of her efforts. To help her mother, Adriana began to study at the library, teaching herself investment and economics, and soon tripled her money by the age of 18, barely with a high school degree. Oh my god. She had already become a self-made millionaire as stories of this investment wonderkind spread across Brazil. More and more doors opened for her. Before long, she had the kind of money that allowed her to buy small companies that she would gut replace with non-union workers and sell it as a profit. The only break she took from her corporate obsession was to pore over her father's manuscripts, trying to understand this chilling world he had created. Alright, so what? I'm just learning that she's working class? Is that all? Is this all I'm gonna take from this? Is she's working class? By her mid-20s, she was regularly flipping companies while finalizing on a real estate firm. 2 members of the board moved to block the sale. Oh my god. Pointing to the trial of hollowed out husks she left in her wake. Adriana was frustrated. Me too, this sucks. It took her weeks to find out who the holdouts were, but once she did, she thought about how it would feel to hurt them. She learned everything about the directors, stalked their every move, manipulated them into attending a conference in Switzerland. And while on retreat in the Alps, she made her move, inspired by the Skull Merchant, and feeling something within, demanding expression. She tracked them with a prototype drone and brutally dismembered them with a cruel 2-bladed weapon. The rush of emotion and adrenaline was unlike anything she had ever experienced before, and the company was hers. Thus began an unsettling cycle. Swoop in on a business, destroy anyone standing in her way, gut the company for maximum profit. She targeted companies with larger-than-life CEOs and hoped one would present a challenge. None ever did. They just disappeared unremarkably. You go, Mary Sue. An aggressive manager of a fireworks company known for his survivals tours was her last target, right at home in Brazil. Survivor Tours, a perfect cover. Adriana lured him to a decommissioned airship hangar. The hunt started at dawn and went the distance, with her still tracking him well into the evening. Locating him, she used one of her drones to direct him to a dead end when a pair of kites suddenly appeared on camera and the feed died. Okay. Her face hardened, her eyes widened in disbelief as she slammed her laptop shut and charged to where the drone had crashed. There, she found her prey reaching out to someone with the growing dark for help. Witnesses, not part of the plan. Without a second to lose, let me guess, she kills all of them effortlessly. Without a second to lose, she plunged her blade through his stomach, exposing meat bone, and a dying heart. The vitiated, I don't know, body staggered left and right, sending a shower of red over the green foliage. As her victim collapsed with a thud, she turned to the young witness. Wrong place, wrong time. They broke into a sprint. She gave chase, her blades thirsting for more blood. The lush green on the trees melted into a thick black fog. Real life warped into something like Sandahadoris Sombrios. A sick grin crept across her face as she rushed forward to begin the new chapter in her life. Uninteresting killer, uninteresting lore, uninteresting weapon, and I fucking did it again. Alright. Nighty night. Oh shit. Torros Kabax didn't remember much about his childhood, but what he did remember, he would chase his entire life. He remembered the cries and screams in the village. He remembered his mother forcing him to swallow a thick black fluid like medicine. He remembered collapsing to the hard floor, only to awaken in a mass grave buried under a crush of bodies, with the sound of the village burning in his ears. He remembered pushing, pulling, and climbing to the top of the bloody mass, only to be seized by the death, destruction, and silence. The indifferent and impenetrable silence. A high-pitched whine suddenly sounded in his ears, and his skin began to prickle as he realized he was in the presence of something he couldn't possibly understand. And though he couldn't articulate what he was experiencing, he knew it wasn't pain, grief, or fear. Something else. Something closer to awe. Okay, already, this starts out so much better. The fucking skull merchants. As Tarhos tried to make sense of the moment, he didn't notice the men who approached him from behind. He didn't even react. When they carried him off to a horse-drawn buggy and locked him up in a small wooden cage with other slaves, he just stared at the scene, mesmerized. And even as they rode away, telling him he was headed for Italy, Tarhos stared through the wooden cracks with eyes wide open and a heart wanting to understand what could not be understood. From that day, hold on. Wow. They really go all out with these, don't they? From that day on, Tarhos belonged to the Gordia Campagna campaign. Campagna, where he trained under Kadir Hakam. There he learned to wield weapons, forge armor, and recite a code of chivalry to obediently serve those who would employ his services. As the years passed, Tarhos made few friends amongst the hostile and competitive mercenaries, but his skill, strength, and smarts attracted a small following who believed his courage brought them luck in battle, and that one day he would help them earn their collective freedom. 3 of his followers pledged their undying allegiance to Tarhos and came to be known as the Faithful Three, his pack. Alejandro Santiago, apprenticed with the Gordillo Campagna's armorer. Durkis Malkiak showed an aptitude for stealth and silent kills. Sandararo matched Tarhos in size and strength. His weapon of choice, a massive battle axe. Wait, so... Okay, so Alejandro is the one with that weird weapon. Sander is the one, the big guy. And Durkos is the assassin. Gotcha. As the Gotia Campagna carried out campaigns, and oh no. Oh fuck. As far as to wait, where's the list of his people? Because I know it was after the list of his people. Taros and the carried out campaigns in faraway lands. Tarhos dispatched countless enemies. Years passed, blood flowed, and yet... I don't know why that reminds me. Years passed, blood flowed, and baby, I killed people. Sun shines... Wait, what does he say? Sun shines, trees grow. And buddy, I kill people. I don't know what the scout says. And yet all that killing still didn't bring Tarhos closer to what he had experienced in his village. Nevertheless, for his bravery in battle, Tarhos was granted knighthood and freedom. The Hungarian slave was now liberated, his brutality rewarded through his heart. Though his heart still longed for something else, something he could not name or describe. Tired of taking orders from those he considered his inferiors, Tarhos left the Guardia Kapagana to strike out on his own. Their leader, however, refused to release his followers, determined to raise enough gold to liberate his followers. Tarhos found employment with a wealthy Italian lord, Vittorio? Oh yeah, that's Vittorio, duh. Vittorio Toscano was the Duke of Portoscuro. He was also a scholar, a world traveler, and a collector of ancient knowledge that had been hidden by an unknown cabal of mystics. Tarhos joined Vittorio's latest expedition to find a fragment of a pillar from an ancient school lost to time. A stone Vittorio called the Lapis Paradisus, for he believed it held secrets to open a gateway into a perfect world beyond good and evil. The expedition searched Romanian ruins in France and crossed the Pyrenees Mountains. Fuck! Okay. In my defense, I was playing a game called Warframe once, and I don't know why, my brain doesn't expect video games to use real-life stuff, and Warframe uses our real-life solar system. And me and my friend were on a planet, and he's like, what planet do you need to do? And I said, with 100% confidence, I went Venice. And he goes, what? I was like, Venice, and then I read Uranus, and I was like, you're in it. And I was like, oh, this is our solar system. Hold on, I'm taking a drink. Okay, crossed the Pyrenees Mountains into Spain, where the path led to the catacombs beneath the Portuguese city of Sintra. The citizens there considered the catacombs sacred. Tarhos would have to kill the villagers guarding the entrance to retrieve the stone. Not wanting to shed blood, Vittorio commanded Tarhos to find another way. But Tarhos, who had seen the most horrific acts committed under the guise of chivalry, refused to be dissuaded by pretenses of honor. I was on a roll there with all those big words, and then that word came up. He waited for Vittorio to ride back to camp. Then, with a mighty roar, he pushed forward, cutting a path of blood and gore into the darkness until he had the stone in his grasp. I'm taking another drink. Upon returning to the town of Portoscuro, Tarhos imprisoned Vittorio in his own dungeon, demanding to know the meaning behind the symbols etched in the stone. When Vittorio refused to talk, Tarhos brutally tortured his friends and relatives and made horrific displays of their bodies in the street. But nothing he did shook Vittorio's resolve to keep the secrets of the stone from Tarhos. Enraged, Tarhos seized control of Vittorio's riches and raised a small army within months. Tarhos fearlessly Hold on. I skipped like a whole chunk. But nothing he did shook Vittorio's resolve to keep the secrets of the stone from Tarhos. Enraged, Tarhos seized control of Vittorio's riches and raised a small army. Within months, Tarhos fearlessly marched upon the Gordia Campagna, decimating their barracks, freeing his followers, cutting down his enemies like twigs, and collecting their righteous heads for his growing displays of valor. I lose my spot very easily, so bear with me on that. In time, several lords and neighboring provinces believed Tarhos was the very embodiment of evil. They banded together to create a moral and virtuous army to purge evil from Portiscuro. Tarhos ignored their threats. He viewed the lords as a cowardly lot who cloaked their greed and ambition in laws, codes, and platitudes. Laws and codes and platitudes. Why did they say that twice? Laws and codes and platitudes designed to hide from the very darkness Tarhos embraced and accepted without judgment. Oh, hide from very darkness, Tarhos embraced. Okay, whatever. I made too much of a long pause there. But with his enemies on the march, Tarhos headed toward the dungeons to give Vittorio the death he deserved. He refused to afford him even the slightest hope of rescue. With dark intentions, he entered the small prison, wound his way into the bowels of the earth, and pushed through a torch-lit corridor. He hesitated for a moment, realizing he would never learn Vittorio's knowledge and secrets. But neither would anyone else. That was good enough for him. And so he unlocked and kicked open the dungeon door. 2 quick strides brought him to an empty, rat-infested chamber. Tarhos stood silent for a moment, then a roar of indignation burst out of his lungs as the sounds of battle suddenly reverberated through the town. Instantly, he stumbled through the corridor, rushed up the twisting stairs, vaulted over the moonlight doorway, and charged through pools of gleaming blood and viscera, smashing and shattering his way through the enemy. The moral and virtuous lords rained flaming boulders and tree trunks among the town, bursting through homes, crushing villagers like worms, pounding the ground and igniting stacks of hay and piles of lumber into massive tongues of fire. Amidst the carnage and chaos, the pack found Tarhos, and back to back they became a whirlwind of death. Some believed their courage gave them luck. Others believed something otherworldly protected them. Whatever it was, they alone felled dozens of warriors as easily as stomping and crushing beetles. And as they butchered the enemy, Tarhos didn't notice the strange fog rising from the fallen corpses and clattering armor, until he couldn't see 2 inches in front of him in any direction. Tarhos stumbled forward, groping in the thick fog like the dark fluid his mother forced down his throat all those years ago. His coordination and sense of direction was confused, and he called out for his pack. How long he stumbled in the most perfect darkness, he did not know, but suddenly the fog dissipated to reveal phantasmal wasteland of rotting bodies and burning villages and great crumbling towers leaning drunkenly on the horizon. He stared in awe. A familiar high-pitched whine sounded in his ear, and his skin began to prickle. He stood transfixed, realizing by some incredible chance his heart had found exactly what it had been searching for all his life. He didn't need Vittorio. He didn't need the stone. He found his paradise. He had found the beauty and the horror. He had found the sublime. That is actually really good. Look, didn't hit circle that time, see? I'm improving. My reading's getting worse, but I am improving. I'm sorry, if my reading does get worse throughout this, it's because I'm losing focus. It's hard for me to sometimes sit still and focus on things. Especially like reading. Reading's really hard for me. Oh my god, what is this? This is a nice change of pace. Albert Wesker was a high-ranking official in the Umbrella Corporation. While he made great strides with Umbrella, his ambition drove him to betray the corporation. Believing himself the best test subject, he exposed himself to the prototype virus. Now with superhuman strength, Wesker faked his death and went underground with a new plan. Expose the world to Ouroboros, a biological weapon that would eliminate the weak and leave only the strong. Wesker began to put his plan to action in Africa, but was confronted by members of the Bioterrorism Security Assistance Alliance. That was a mouthful. At a hangar stocked with missiles carrying Ouroboros, determined to be at the vanguard of evolution, he once again made himself a test subject, exposing himself to Ouroboros. He began to evolve in ways he could have never imagined, but as he felt his cells change, a strange black fog seeped into the hangar and filled his vision. When the fog finally dissipated, he found himself in another world, surrounded by lesser beings that deserved to be put out of their misery. Alright, so his lore is basically his glasses fogged up and the entity was like, here buddy, I'll help you, and defogged his glasses. God damn it. Okay, that time I didn't. I took another drink. Whoops. Where were we? Wesker? Okay. Oh wait, I think I've read the Dredge's lore before. I just wanted to hear the Dredge noises. Oh boy. The Fold was founded on a private American island in the 1960s by a group of anonymous... Oh, I should probably be saying... now we're on the Dredge. The Fold was founded on a private American island in the 1960s by a group of anonymous philanthropists. Their goal was to establish a peaceful society. Oh god, he moves too much. That is very distracting. A peaceful society, free of dark thoughts and emotions, attracting the dismayed, disenchanted, and disillusioned from all over the country. This peace-loving community thrived over the years, and members freely followed the dictates of its charismatic leader, Otto Stanford, who taught his followers the secret of maintaining happiness. Through joy talk, meditation, and the endless reciting of good thinking mantras. But not all was bliss within the Fold. And Otto swiftly banished anyone who confessed to having dark thoughts or speaking dark words. Those he appointed as guardians of the Fold were quick to root out malcontent, banishing anyone who thought or spoke against the almost perfect community he had established. In this way, Otto had conditioned Automarians to believe dark thoughts were the root of all discontent. He spoke of an ancient god called Druin? I don't know. Telling them how this god fed on dark memories and desires, and how they need to expel any and all manifestations of darkness from their hearts for fear of summoning this horror from the land of shadows. Hold on, I'm yawning again. Life was more or less a utopian dream on the island. I moved and it unplugged my microphone. Where were we? The peace-loving community, but not always bliss within the fall. Otto swiftly banished anyone. In this way, Otto conditioned Ottomans to believe dark thoughts were the root of all discontent. Okay. In this... Wait. But not always bliss within. Dark thoughts, speaking dark words, are appointing guardians full of cryptoread malicious rage, anyone entire spoken against the most perfect community had established. Okay, in this way, Otto had conditioned Ottomarans to believe dark thoughts were the root of all discontent. He spoke of the ancient god called Duran, telling them how this god fed on the dark memories and desires, and how they needed to expel any and all manifestations of darkness from their hearts for fear of summoning the horror from the land of shadows. Life was more or less a utopian dream on the island, until, that is, the darkness began to slowly leak through the cracks of their spiritual dam, and members began to mysteriously disappear. It wasn't long before fear closed its septic jaws on the island and refused to let go. The once happy community now gathered in a few homes, chanting all the good thinking mantras in a desperate attempt to rid their lives of this formless creature that seemed to stalk them in the shadows and consume them in their sleep. Otto tried... I'm yawning again. I don't know why I'm yawning so much, I apologize. Otto tried to quell his followers, telling them there were malcontents among their ranks, and that they alone had summoned the Druin to their garden of joy. As the fold bleated fear, Otto evoked desperate measures. Ottomarians were restricted. Ottomarians. There we go. Ottomarians were restricted to their homes to prevent the spread of rumors and dark talk, while sleep was forbidden to prevent anyone from releasing dark dreams into the world. Freedom and sleep would return just as soon as the Druin was no longer upon them. But when Ottomarans continued to disappear, Otto assembled with his followers near the beach, where he placed a screaming woman on a wooden stage. There, in the rain, Otto explained... I'm yawning again. Why do I keep yawning? Otto explained to his drenched, alienated, and sleep-deprived congregation that the woman was a journalist here to destroy everything they had created. As the guardians held the trembling woman, she screamed that Otto wasn't the savior he claimed to be. He belonged to an ancient cult, an exclusive club of billionaires that took pleasure in corrupting and sacrificing people, towns, and even countries to an elder god. The journalist told them Otto hadn't banished anyone. He had tortured and sacrificed them, and that they would be all next. Without hesitation, Otto slit her throat before she could continue to spread lies. As she collapsed to her knees, with her hands collapsed around her neck... I'm yawning. He told his confused and terrified herd that she was working with others within their ranks, and that they needed to find the imposters before the Durain came for them all. Otto's words shot over the congregation. Otto's words shot over the congregation and reached into the murky recesses of their hearts and dredged up dark and fearful things. Maybe it won't be so bad if you were not facing me. Years of suppressed emotions began to bubble up as a thick fog pushed through restless legs and feet. Whispers began, and the whispers became panicked mantras, and the mantras became screams and curses, as each member accused the next of mal-thinking and mal-speaking. Over the following wind and pounding rain, the screams and curses grew louder and louder as everyone desperately tried to contain the darkness within. But the harder they tried, the quicker they failed, and within moments, the dam burst to release a torrent of hell. Otto watched as his once blissful and joyful herd suddenly erupt into violence unlike anything he ever seen before. The fold bleated accusations and tore each other to bits and pieces with hands and teeth, and never once did they look up to see their kind and charismatic shepherd smiling down upon them with eyes that were cold, bleak, and without pity. I wish he would stop moving. It is so distracting. When it was all over, Otto felt the creaking wooden stage shake as a murder of crows circled above. Suddenly, the ground rose and then sank into a thick, oozing black mud like molasses. Moments later, a formless mass squelched out of the muck and rose like a rearing horse to feed upon. Oh, hey, look at that! Like a rearing horse, foreshadowing, because he ate the horse. Forget his name, Maurice. To feed upon the writhing mass of butchered humanity. It was everywhere and nowhere at once. Hey, I like that song. It was everywhere and nowhere at once, as it slowly picked its way through the carnage, absorbing the darkness, savoring the misery, trailing terrible noises, shrieks, cries, whimpers, pops, cracks, feasting sounds, death sounds, dark sounds. Otto watched the creature as it slowly began to manifest into the very thing he had imagined, a very thing he had made them all imagine. It turned slowly to look at Otto. For a long, silent moment, the Duran trudged away through the thick black sludge, disappearing into the shadows from which it had come. I like the dredge. His design is really cool. And oh my god, is that Chucky? Right there, is that... Look at the hair and the eyes. Doesn't he have Chucky on him somewhere? Hold on, he's got Chucky on him somewhere, I thought. I might be tripping, but I swear he's got him. I've got no clue. But that's the dredge. Now let's not hit circle. Now for the Onryo. Okay, fair warning, while I read her lore, she might jump scare. So just a fair warning, she might jump scare. So, you know, a powerful and lethal Onryo. Sadako, here, I'll turn her around, and when she turns herself around to face the screen like that, it means she's gonna do this. Oh, never mind, she doesn't jump scare in this. Okay. Cool. A powerful and lethal Onryo, Sadako Yamamura, was the daughter of a famed seer from Izu-Oshima, Japan. Her mother left many questions unanswered in her hometown. Sailors disliked the way her mother would spend days on the beach, her eyes fixed on the foaming waves of the sea. Some said, "Frolic and brine, goblins be thine. If you keep playing in the water, the monster will come for you." 9 months later, Sadako was born. As a child, her immense powers seemed impossible to control, and flared in anger. This became apparent when she was unable to control her rage during a public demonstration of her mother's powers. When a journalist called her mother a fraud, Sadako's powers surged and the journalist collapsed on the floor, struck dead. Then everything went wrong. Her mother passed away, and shortly after, Sadako was lured. Here, let me turn her just so you guys kind of get a warning from when the music plays, like changes and stuff. Where was I? Then everything went wrong. Then everything went wrong. Her mother passed away, and shortly after, Sadako was lured to an old crumbling well. As she leaned over the rim, a long shadow fell over her. She turned, and a sudden jolt of pain hit her over the head. Cracking it open. Ow, wait a sec, does she have that detail? I wish she had a crack open skull. Just visually, that would look kind of cool. Cracking it open, her vision dimmed and her mind swirled into unconsciousness. She felt 2 hands pushing her over the rim. Pain exploded in her skull as she hit the cold ground. A grinding noise came from above, and the well darkened, all light obscured like a midday eclipse. Every inch of her body screamed in pain. Looking up, she saw the only way out. She dug her nails into the muddy ground and slowly crawled toward the cobbled wall. She gripped the stones to climb, but had neither hold nor strength. Each time she clawed up a few inches, her nails slid against the wet wall and she slipped down. Her fingers gushed with blood as the coarse cobblestone tore off her nails and lacerated the flesh underneath. And yet she tried again and again. Decades later, the meadow became a resort, and a log cabin was built over the well. When a visitor rented the cabin, Sadako found an opportunity for revenge. She summoned all her Nensha power and projected a terrible curse on a videotape that killed its viewer after 7 days. Fun fact, when you buy her for DLC, a week later you get a unique Dead by Daylight opening. Her wrath was like her wrath whoa. Her wrath was like the tides of a stormy sea, violent and unforgiving. As she plunged into a fury, a dark fog coiled at her feet. The sound of crashing waves echoed through the old stone well. Suddenly, a tidal surge came crashing down on the cabin's walls, wrecking its logs into a torrent of mud and filth. The black current flooded the well underneath and swallowed Sadako at once. When she opened her eyes, she was dead as dust. Her jewels were missing and her heart was bust. When she opened her eyes, she stood on a desolate beach facing a vast, stormy ocean. A thick black fog caressed the water's surface. Sadako walked into a coming wave and slowly disappeared into the opaque fog. Shit. That skin is so cool. The Deadly Equinox is so cool. The Artiste. Wow. I think actually we're doing good. The Artiste. Carmina Mora was a gifted artist who carried the guilt of her young brother's death. I have read her lore. Hold on, I'm yawning. Growing up, a rugged coastal carried the guilt of her young brother's death. Growing up, a rugged coastal village in southern Chile, she sketched the sublime landscapes of Patagonia. Sitting outside, she painted dramatic fjords while feeding the crows nested in the trees next to the house. She grew up carrying the guilt of her mother's sudden departure. Her father blamed Carmina for her mother's abandonment, which added to her grief. I yawned again. With the artist, her backstory is just kind of sad. She became the caretaker of Matus, her little brother, despite still being a child herself. A year later, Carmina was painting with Midas outside when the telephone rang. Her father remained in the yard drinking his beer. Carmina rushed to the house to answer the phone and hung up a few seconds later. When she returned outside, Midas was nowhere to be seen. She asked her father, "Why did you just do that?" Okay, Midas was nowhere to be seen. She asked her father, but he had paid no attention to Midas. She called her brother's name, looking for him everywhere. While searching, she saw a bright red coat floating on the narrow creek by the house. I just took a drink. Midas' jacket. She jumped into the creek and found him floating on the surface. With vacant eyes, unblinking, he had fallen and drowned. Her scream tore the sky. Her father found Carmina sobbing on the creek shore, clutching her brother's body in her arms, surrounded by a murder of crows. Her father snatched Midas's body away from her. She cried until her voice broke. The following morning, the world was cloaked in darkness. Her father did not say a word, because he did not have to. Carmina knew it was all her fault. Months passed, yet her loss was as fresh as morning dew. Crippled with self-loathing, she could no longer paint without Midas. Life had no meaning. On the bleak morning of Midas's birthday, Carmina walked to a narrow bridge several blocks away from home. She was convinced that nothing could bring her relief. Her mother was gone, her brother was dead, and her father blamed her for it all. She was convinced that she had nothing left to live for. I just took another drink. Carmina walked to the railing of the bridge that stood over the turbulent river. I should say I'm taking a drink before I take it to drink, whatever. Locals had nicknamed the spot Death Leap. Several cars drove by Carmina, but none stopped. No one seemed to care. She climbed over the railing and her legs wobbled as she stood on the lip of the bridge. She looked down, watching the fierce river smash into the giant boulder. She closed her eyes. See you soon, Midas. Suddenly, a cacophony of caws filled the sky. Carmina opened her eyes and saw a black cloud of feathers flying toward her. The cloud split open, and glossy black crows dove from the sky. One landed on her shoulder and stared intently into Carmina's eyes, as if peering into her soul. Her grip on the railing loosened, and sorry, I yawned. And the crow cawed raucously. Carmina stared at the crow, confused. I need a freaking dictionary reading this. Another crow landed on the railing, then another. Soon a flock of crows were covering the railing of the bridge. staying close to her. She felt their heavy stare on her, calculative and enigmatic, as if they were assessing her. She looked down for a second, and a thunder of caws interrupted her dark impulse. The crows seemed to care about her well-being as she dangled over the edge with the wind blowing through her raven hair. Carmina felt akin to them. For the first time since Midas had died, Carmina did not feel alone. She returned home, giving life another chance. The crows left, but Carmina suspected that if anything happened to her, they would return. Inspired by her ordeal, Carmina picked up a brush in the weeks that followed. She painted her experience using black ink to depict the death leap with a black cloud of feathers. In the weeks that followed, she painted her experience using black ink to depict the death leap with a black cloud of feathers. Oh, I did read that right. The murder of crows that saved her life. The experience was transformative and launched her signature blank ink surrealist art. Every time I yawn or I feel a yawn coming on, I'm trying to take a drink because it kills the yawn and it's faster. So, I apologize. After several years, some color pierced the darkness, and this shift of medium expanded her art form. She painted large-scale murals on busy street corners, designed grandiose costumes, and recited militant poetry. Carmina's art displayed local intimate tragedies on a large scale, making them impossible to ignore, and everywhere she performed, crows followed. Her performances grew bold and drew the attention of artists who found her style invigorating. She grew close to a group of painters who understood her iconoclastic vision. Her performances launched the large-scale surrealist movement, which became a phenomenon. Her renown grew enough to attract the commission of a multinational enterprise, the VAC label. Carmina investigated the group, discovering that they gifted art pieces to select disreputable congressmen. Vrax commissioned artists seemed to disappear afterwards. Determined to expose the group's link to corrupt politics, Carmina accepted Vax's commission. The following week, Carmina painted a giant mural on a cemetery's columbarium, displaying the VAC label logo as a surrealist Grim Reaper harvesting the fields of Chilean families. Chilean. She wrote a theoretical dress she wore a theatrical dress as she painted, on which she had stitched a poem about political revolution. The piece sparked a radical debate about corruption. The controversy painted a target on Carmina's back. After receiving anonymous death threats, she took refuge in her father's house, bringing along her closest friends for safety. At night, a gang of masked gunmen broke into the house. They swiftly subdued Carmina and her friends, threw them in a van, and drove off. The following morning, a dry breeze blew sand on Carmina's face. Awakening her, she was seated in a chair in the middle of the desert, with her legs tied and her hands handcuffed. Her friends were lying on the ground, tied up. A shadow fell over her face. Carmina looked up. A man dressed in a long robe with his face hidden in a dark hood, approached her. He pulled a silvery knife from his robe. Took a drink. He grabbed her hands and recited a hymn. Recited a hymn. Recited a hymn. I don't know. In an unfamiliar language, Carmina held his gaze. He paused and brought down his blade with a sudden blow. She cried in agony as her friends woke to a terrible sight. Carmina's severed hands falling in the sand. The handcuffs followed, landing into the pool of blood. That is kind of cinematic. The hooded man smiled in satisfaction. How are you going to paint now, Carmina? Oh wait, how are you going to paint now? Carmina cursed and screamed at him, wriggling against the bonds on her feet. The man grabbed Carmina's chin. She spit in his face. He grunted and pried her mouth open, pulling out her tongue. Carmina struggled against his hold. In a violent blow, he chopped off Carmina's tongue. She howled in English. She howled in anguish. The man wiped his blade on his robe, leaving a trail of blood. How are you going to recite poems now? Sorrow swelled in Carmina's chest. Sharper than pain. Overwhelmed by uncontrollable rage, grief, and loss, overcame her senses. She had lost her little brother, and she had lost the only way to cope with such pain. Carmina screamed like on the day her brother died. Ryokoi was cause. Let's just say crows. Crow's cause echoed through the wasteland. The sky was obscured by a cyclone of dark clouds. Black feathers fell on Carmina's bleeding arms. She looked up and saw a torrent of crows erupting from the clouds, diving on the hooded man. As the ravenous crows pecked at his flesh mercilessly, Carmina smiled, watching her surrealist art coming to life. But her heart lurched with a rage when she saw the crows move on to their next target, her friends on the ground. She screamed as waves of pain and guilt and fright overwhelmed her, but it was in vain. The ravenous crows were uncontrollable. Darkness fell over her eyes as her friends' agonizing screams grew more accurate. Death was coming, and again, it was her fault. A deep black fog engulfed her. The artist's story is so sad. I think hers is the most tragic out of all the killers. And then, like, now she kills here, which I don't think she does that willingly. Oops, I did it again. I hit the wrong button. Alright, so we did the artist. Now, the Cenobite. Wait, that's it? The Cenobite. A demon to some, an angel to others. Pinhead is an explorer in the further regions of experience, indulging in the limitless thrill of pleasure and pain. When the puzzle box, known as the laminate configuration, a key to another dimension, was found in the entity's realm, it was only a matter of time before it fell into curious hands. Once opened, he arrived. What came next was sweet suffering that spilled over the realm. I don't know. Look at him. He's cool. I really like Chatterer. Chatterer is probably my favorite scene. God damn it, I did it again. Cenobite is probably my favorite. I mean, Cenobite. Chatterer is probably my favorite Cenobite. Or Butterball. Butterball's pretty funny looking. Okay, let's see. Cenobite was short and sweet. That was nice. Alright, alright. Cool, cool. This one's also short and sweet. Designed by Umbrella Corporation. The Nemesis... Oh, wait. I have the perfect voice for this. Designed by Umbrella Corporation. The Nemesis is a nearly unstoppable super soldier, fixating on pursuing and eliminating its targets. Part of the Tyrant T-103 series. This specimen has increased intelligence and awareness due to the NEA parasite implanted within it. Its first mission unleashed it upon Raccoon City, where it had a singular objective: exterminate stores members. Rampaging through the city, the Nemesis faced off against Jill Valentine multiple times, and though she managed to escape, he was never far behind. He nearly had his target when a strange fog descended upon them, mixing with the smoke of a city in chaos. The strange fog descended upon... Oh, wait, whoops. The phenomenon meant nothing to him. The frigid cold and decreased oxygen, never possessing a threat. All that mattered was soldiering on into the fog, continuing the mission. Find stars. Oh, wait. Find stars. Exterminate stars. And kill anyone who gets in the way. I don't know why his lore just sounded like someone trying to... God damn it!
Sympathy is merely a form of weakness.
Alright, whatever, Drax. I don't know why his lore just reminded me of someone trying to sell a car. The trickster. The trickster. What's the trickster? Look at those yellow eyes. Ugh. I don't like his design. G1 Huck thrived under the attention of others, energized by every eye that watched him. How long is his? Ooh, this is beefy. Energized by every eye that watched him, and every tongue that spoke his name. Amidst the prestige, he had only one desire: more. Even as a child, he found ways to draw crowds, working at his family's restaurant. He attracted business with spectacles he performed using throwing knives. Gullible tourists believed that he was a traditional South Korean experience, gladly parting with their money to witness it. Ji-woon's father spent the restaurant's earnings on dancing and vocal lessons for his son, pushing him to attain the fame he never could. Ji-woon did not disappoint. After years showcasing his abilities to nobodies at talent shows, he hit the track to stardom. Yun-Jin Lee, a producer, a mightier one. Oh wait, at Mightier One Entertainment, recruited Ji-woon into her training program. He transferred to a dormitory in Seoul, where for 14 hours a day he was crafted into a star, taught how to move and sing, how to carry himself with the right balance of confidence and modesty. Draining as the process was, it worked. Yeonjun selected Ji-won to join the band. No spin, bringing a raw energy to their tracks. Fame was almost immediate. Ji-woon lived in a daze of interviews and adoration. And though the frenzied schedule exhausted his bandmates, he was invigorated. Each day was an affirmation that he was greater than the mediocrity society spewed out. But over time, the champagne grew stale. When he looked at his fans, he saw their joy and envy split 5 ways. thinned out between each band member, the validation that had surged through him left a desperate yearning for more. Ji-woon kept up impressions, mimicking a charm long buried under loathing. He recorded the latest No Spin album with his bandmates, never missing a beat. After a lengthy lunch break, he returned to the studio to discover fate had granted him a gift. The scent of burning wires was unmistakable. He rushed to the control room, finding the door blocked by fallen speakers. On the other side, his bandmates pounded on the door, their cries accompanied by the crackling of flames. Ji-woon called to them, dashing to the speakers, grabbing one and stopping. He froze. Each breath was a conscious, deliberate process, requiring all his attention. The nearby cries hardly audible until, slowly, he backed away. And then he heard it. They were screaming his name as they burnt, screaming for him to save them. Ji-woon! Ji-woon! Ji-woon ha! It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever heard. When the fire crew arrived, his tears were genuine. Ji-woon was celebrated as a tragic figure, a hero who did all he could in a futile attempt to save his friends. Yeonjin paraded him through the interviews until it was time to rebrand. He was reborn as the Trickster, a solo artist who produced his own songs, sporting a soft heart beneath a wild exterior. But away from concert setups and television stages, something darker grew. He targeted those who lived alone, coming to them in the night. The first was a college music student with a captivating voice. Ji-won woke him up with a baseball bat to the skull, binding his arms and legs, gagging him with a rag duct taped into his mouth. He tortured him for hours, dissecting him alive. Yet there was something missing. A sound. A connection. He wanted to hear the victim's wondrous voice, pleading as he cut his belly open. But all he received was muffled cries through a rag. He learned and adjusted. Victims had to be abducted, driven to an abandoned building where he could let their voices carry unrestrained emotions. He made music from them, prodding in the right places to evoke different types of shrieks and howls, stabbing the quadratus lumborum elicited a long guttural wail, while slashing the carotid artery created a sound similar to a cat being strangled. There was honesty in their suffering. Ji-won recorded each session, synthesizing and working them into his songs, hiding them behind layers of melodies. He was elated with his work. He left hints for police, arranging a mink boa from a recent photo shoot around a victim's slashed throat. For his next killing, he removed the teeth from a man that a boxer in one of his music videos was without. Oh, he removed the teeth from a man that a boxer in one of his music videos was without. During a particularly audacious plea for attention, he killed a fan he had met during a VIP meetup, replacing her eyes with his diamond cufflinks and writing "I have seen God" in blood across her chest. Each scene was a dazzling spectacle. Between music and murder, Ji-won's work was discussed globally. However, as violence became his preferred art style, his music career took a hit. Revenue was down, and Mighty One executives pointed their fingers at him. Yeonjin with professional fury, came to his defense. She was outnumbered. It was decided that Ji-woon could no longer self-produce his songs. The decision was devastating. His tracks fused genuine humanity into music, yet executives rejected anything that wasn't generic and expected. And so be it. If they couldn't understand his art, he would incorporate them into it until they did. He had 3 months until he was to perform a private show for Mighty One's board members. 3 months to plan his magnum opus. He transferred obscene amounts of money to a veterinarian in exchange for canisters of nitrous oxide, then bribed the stage technician of Mighty One's private theater for access to the room. His celebrity granted him a benefit. His celebrity status granted him a benefit of the doubt. No regular person could conceive when the show... Wait. His celebrity granted him a benefit of the doubt. No regular person could conceive, okay? When the show was ready, gas seeped into the room as executives and stagehands awaited Ji-woon, conveniently running behind schedule. When he arrived, half-conscious bodies were splayed in their seats and crawling across the floor. He worked quickly, binding everyone, pausing only when he came to Yun-jin, the woman who had plucked him from a mud hole and set him on the path he deserved. She would be rewarded, granted special access to the coming display of wonder. Even under sedation, she fought a raging storm within her, far stronger than the others. He propped her up as the lone audience member, prying her eyes open. The others, sniveling and sobbing, were brought on stage to perform their final act. With a contemptible sneer, he slapped makeup onto their faces and shone stage lights upon them. They became his instruments. To the sound of self-produced melodies, he tortured them, gracefully dashing from one body to another, conducting an operatic crescendo from their wailings. They shouted, whimpered, screamed, cried for their loved ones, cried for their mothers. It was a magnificent outpouring of emotions, of what it meant to be human, and they did it with eyes fixed on Ji-woon. Viscera drained from the stage, until, with the toss of his throwing knife, the final human instrument fell silent, and the music stopped. Covered in sweat and blood, an exhausted Ji-woon looked to Yun-jin and bowed. Curtain call. He had attained perfection with blade in hand. He made his way to Yun-jin, prepared to tie up loose ends before the credits rolled. But as he reached her, the fog, from where he didn't know, but it billowed around them, damp, cool, comfortable. He saw the grand stage, hospitals and temples, forests and slaughterhouses, an eternal plain adorned with rusted hooks sustained by the million eyes that would watch him. Sustained from the million eyes that would watch him, run from him, experience him. All he had to do was accept, become an implement of the fog, and most importantly, make them scream. Encore. His lore is actually kind of cool. God. I even had it in mind that time. I'm not doing that on purpose, I swear. I don't mean to do it. Oh wait, I've read the twins lore before. A pair of conjured twins, Charlotte and Vector, what? A pair of conjoined twins, Charlotte and Vector Deschies, formed an emotional bond like none other. The unlikeliness of their successful birth in the 17th century could be described as miraculous, yet it immediately brought about their life of persecution. The twins emerged with Victor's lower body affixed into the chest of his sister, legs twisted around her muscles and organs. He was smaller than Charlotte. He was smaller than Charlotte, grown as if he were an appendage of her body rather than a fully formed boy. As the newborn screeched, so too did the midwife who delivered them, running from the home, yelling of a demon birthed by a witch. So began the hunting of Charlotte and Victor, and their mother, Madeline. The coming years were fleeting memories for the twins. Yet they were the closest thing to a normal life they would know. The journey with their mother was what they believed all children underwent. The games of running and hiding through France's countryside being an ordinary occurrence. At the age of 5, a new challenge to the game was presented, as their mother fell ill. Pale and exhausted, Madeline had no choice but to pass responsibility of collecting food onto Charlotte. The girl, burdened under extra clothing that concealed Victor's protruding body, set out from their forest tent and marched to the nearby town. Though a peculiar sight, she did what she had been trained for, waiting for an opening at the market and swiping whatever food she could. It was a victory in the game, but one short-lived. After a midnight glowing flame surrounded the family's encampment, bobbing through the darkness, a single commanding shout broke the night's silence, and a mob of witch hunters streamed in. Grubby hands tore the twins from their bed, Charlotte frantically kicking all who approached. Madeline cried for her children, her voice abruptly silenced by a club to her skull. Victor shrieked, the wailings of a trapped rat. The hunters coordinated quickly. A judge on hand declared Madeline guilty of witchcraft, evidenced by her demon spawn. Within minutes, they shackled her unconscious body to a tree, surrounding her feet with dry twigs and moss. As she awoke, she did not struggle, only begged her children to turn away. They would be given no choice. The twins were forced to watch as the torch was lit, and they watched as flames leapt up their mother's skirt, charring and sizzling her flesh. They watched as fat dripped from her body and her face bubbled and twisted. They watched until the screams that tore her vocal cords were no more, and all that was left was the cackling of embers and a nauseating stench. Whatever joy and goodness were in them died with their mother. Caged and transported to an old wooden temple, they were sold to a secretive group, clad in dark cloaks. Victor reacted with the ferocity of a rabid beast at any who approached, clawing and biting. The only solace that could calm him was the embrace of his sister, Charlotte. Bitter and hateful to all but her brother, found purpose in being his protector. Within the temple, they were exposed to unusual experiments for years, some cruel, many simply baffling. One day, they would be made to break the neck of a small gray bird. The next, they would bleed their fingers into a vase of roses. Every 7th day, they would sleep with the branch of a damp oak beneath their pillow. Then there was the chanting, a never-ending chorus from cloaked figures on scheduled intervals. In time, a final experiment was planned. Two robed figures herded the twins to the center of the temple, holding Charlotte upon an altar in a room alit with candelabras. The wrinkled face of a man peered from under his hood, placing a hand on the forehead of each twin, making careful examinations of their skulls. "Memento mori," he uttered as he withdrew a shining blade. Charlotte rolled to her side, shifting her brother off of the altar. With a screech, he stretched his arms as far as he could, knocking the candelabra to the ground. The flames took to the dry wood immediately. They swept over the floor, igniting the black robes that brushed against it. Screams of agony pierced the chaos, invigorating Charlotte. She dashed through the inferno, vision concealed with nothing but black smoke and blazing flame. A painful heaviness filled her lungs. No exit could be found, every step leading to overwhelming heat. She fell to her knees, suffocating, and then saw it. Sunlight, trees. She stumbled from the fire into dewy grass. Without looking back, she ran into the forest until she collapsed. When Charlotte opened her eyes, she reached for Victor's hand. He made no attempt to budge. His body hung helplessly from her torso. She clasped his face, stared into his sad, still eyes. The movement she was accustomed to, his body pulling at her skin, his legs prodding at the cavity in her chest, were no more. Victor was dead. Charlotte had no choice but to continue moving as she mourned, fearing black cloaks and witch hunters were prowling. She concealed her brother's corpse under her clothing and marched for the sewers of a nearby city. There she set up camp, emerging often to steal whatever food she could, resorting to raiding barns for pig slop. Ew. Raiding barns for pig slop when desperation set in. Throughout the years, Victor's corpse rotted as his limbs oozed and blackened, yet his body demonstrated resistance to complete decomposition, as if his sister's blood still coursed through him, protecting his lifeless body. Became Charlotte's sole reason for refusing to ever be separated from the only family she had left. Life in her teenage years was a game of survival. Her hatred for humanity grew each day under the realization they would never leave her be, no matter how many died during her botched robberies and desperate attempts to escape. There would always be more to pursue, and sling words of condemnation at her. Monster, demon, witch, it was all the Black Cloaks who were the worst of them. Their hunt for her was unending, forcing her to constantly abandon shelter and run. For years, Charlotte fled, drawing blood out of necessity, cradling her long-dead brother in the night. During a frigid winter, her body began to break down. Food was scarce, and the refuge of rickety shacks were no use against freezing temperatures. Sickle in hand, she sheltered near her campfire in the woods, not knowing if the Black Cloaks would take her before the cold did. As frost crystallized around her nostrils and her lips took on a gentle blue hue, Charlotte felt something she had never experienced: acceptance. She closed her eyes, opening herself to the serenity of death, when a shriek, shrill and vicious, pierced her ear. When a shriek, shrill and vicious, pierced her ears. Victor spasmed and flailed from her chest, a cloud of fog encompassing him. Before she could react, he spilled from her in a bloody puddle, landing on the snow and running. Pulling herself from the edge of death, she gave chase, calling his name. She ran through the forest until her legs could hardly carry her, until finally, within her view, was Victor, sitting on the edge of a thick fog, his face twisted and feral. screamed as a dark hooded figure emerged from the fog, grabbing his arm and seized him. The serenity that had crept into Charlotte was extinguished, replaced with the seething hatred and rage she had depended on for so long. With a tight grip on her sickle, she charged into the fog, prepared to eviscerate any who set foot near her brother. See, I wish they did more with that, considering her relationship with Victor. I wish they would do, if like a survivor kicks him or something, she should be able to gain haste. Like she moves faster, or she becomes enraged. God damn it, I did it again. She becomes enraged or something. Oh, come on. Okay, Blight's up. Blight's turn. The Blight. To understand the human condition, one must rise above it. This was the credo of Talbot Grimes, a Scottish chemist who unrestrained ambition took him to towering heights. As a boy, he was a popular child, bright, charismatic, and unafraid to challenge authority. Yet, despite his social graces, he was fiercely independent, spending much of his time exploring the sprawling fields near his town alone. What began as a child's curiosity nearly turned deadly after experimenting with a patch of poisonous foxglove. For days he laid in bed dripping with sweat, purging any food that touched his stomach. When he recovered, it wasn't fear that gripped him, but fascination. There was something magical in how a single flower could drastically affect him. Into his adult years, his ambition developed as quickly as his questionable methods. He attended the London School of Medicine and excelled despite several reprimands. His willingness to push the limits secured him a position with the British East India Company, and within 7 years he was made head chemist. In time, he completed one of the greatest achievements a chemical that can increase a worker's productivity, while reducing their need for rest, heroin. He was rewarded with a secret laboratory beneath a prison camp on Dyer Island. Or coke. There off the coast of India, prisoners from the Opium War became his unwilling subjects, leading to a drug that allowed soldiers to withstand incredible amounts of pain. Though most side effects were minor, there were rumors that a small number of soldiers went mad in feral states. They massacred villages, impaling the populace on bayonets, leaving them hanging from trees. There were no official reports on the subject, and Talbot refused to blame himself for what could only be exaggerated war stories. Though his callous brilliance seemed unflappable, he was ignorant to his enemies. His questionable work had amassed the realization Ignorant to his enemies, his questionable work had amassed. The realization struck him quite literally, with a steel pipe to the back of his head during a trip to Mangalore. He was bound and loaded into a wagon, where his blindfold was removed. A sickly man showed him a mass grave filled with hundreds of bodies. Unbeknownst to Talbot, his productivity increasing drug had killed nearly an entire factory's worth of workers. He knew he couldn't defend himself against the anger and accusations of his abductor. All he could do was curl up as the blows from the steel pipe rained him. His body was thrown to the ground and left for dead, shifting between consciousness and the darkest black. He crawled for an escape, fingers sinking into rotten flesh. Black flies feasted on his uncovered skin, the sensation of 100 pinpricks stabbing into him. As he collapsed, he came face to face with a dead woman's dazzling hazel eyes. Too weak to pull away, he could do nothing but witness his life's work. Then, from the edge of death, he was brought back. He found himself on a small bed, as a kindly wrinkled face looked over him. With each pained breath, he was nursed back to health in an ancient mystery school, possessing as a monastery in verdant gardens behind tall, unassuming walls. Monks studied forbidden texts, striving to expand the human mind, in the search for other dimensions, believing one to be connected to the other. Talbot's knowledge proved indispensable, his mind-altering chemicals integrating seamlessly with theories of neural expansion. He realized then that his salvation was no coincidence. He was plucked from the pit specifically to advance the school's knowledge. He agreed to help until his recovery was complete, being tasked with researching what the monks called the soul chemical, a compound derived from the pineal gland. Wait, is that pineal? Pineal gland? That might be pineal. I'm gonna say penile because that's funnier. Derived from the pineal gland that could open the mind's eye. What began as a favor to his saviors soon became an obsession, poring over the school's archives of lost texts. There's a pause. Soon became an obsession. Poring over the school's archives of lost texts, he uncovered scientific formulas that confirmed previously unthinkable ideas. He dreamt of ushering humankind into a new period of enlightenment. Perhaps then, the nightmares of hundreds of dead factory workers, and of those two hazel eyes, would fade from his mind. As he came closer to a breakthrough, the demeanor of the monks shifted. The gentle smiles they offered were paired with uneasy eyes that quickly darted away when spotted. The polite conversations he was once privy to turn to hushed murmurs. Okay. The last thing he would see of the school was the cracked ceiling above his bed, branching like a dendrite through plaster. His next memories were a shattered mosaic of images and sensations, smearing lights, horse hooves on cobblestone, coarse burlap scratching at his cheeks, and sharp bites into his arms. He awoke, ragged and unwashed, splaying on the straw mattress of an opium den, mind in a dense fog. His first thought was of his notes, the only record of his groundbreaking revelations. He searched frantically, scrambling through the dingy basement, pleading aloud for help. The few other denizens looked up from the hammocks, offering nothing but drug-soaked eyes and apathetic gazes. They soon fell into half-slumber. Before he noticed the robed figure appear behind him. A needle plunged into his arm, and the world disappeared once more. Awoken again, each time hazier than the last, he tongued at hollow gaps between his teeth. How long, he wondered. A faint memory returned. The soul chemical, his notes. The verge of a breakthrough. A far-away whisper entered his mind. He fumbled with the stone, sharpening it with shaking hands in the dim light of the den. Amongst the catatonic occupants, he carved his research from memory into the walls. He wrote for hours until his fingers bled. Moving to the floor, taking in everything, the voice whispered despite his inability to comprehend it. When there was nowhere left to write, he gripped the stone and carved the message into the chest. Stained with blood, he witnessed a miracle appear before him. a magnificent field of lush orange flowers. The whispered voice beckoned to him, urging him to enter the field and discover worlds and dimensions beyond human comprehension. For a moment, Talbot felt a sense of wonder he possessed as a child. The denizens of the opium den awoke to silence the dry scent of smoke still lingering in the air. Shambling out of their drug-hazed fog, they found the stone floor wet with blood, tiny rivulets coursing through the cracks. As eyes adjusted to the darkened room, the jagged lettering scrawled along its length began to appear, written over and over without end. There was but one single line: death is only the beginning. Fuck. If I do that one more time, I'm actually going to crash out. I'm going to lose it. Alright, who's next? Where were we? Okay, we're on Pyramid Head. The Executioner. A sadistic and merciless executioner. Pyramid Head is fixated on dispensing punishment through pain. Encumbered by the steel frame upon his head. I'm not reading it like that. The Executioner. A sadistic and merciless executioner. Pyramid Head is fixated on dispensing punishment through pain. Encumbered by the steel frame upon his head, and with a hulking great blade. In tow, he stalked the hellish corridors of Silent Hill, committed to a duty that no one truly understood. Where he trod, even monsters fled for the shadows, and those who crossed his path fell victim to unrestrained acts of aggression. When his duty was complete and his presence no longer needed, he prepared for the long rest. And yet, his skills were required elsewhere. The fog that streamed over him was somehow different than that he was accustomed to in Silent Hill, as if each wisp contained the nerves of a creature writhing, seeking him out. There was an unspoken agreement in that moment. The billowing cloud had an invitation to duty and sadism. And Pyramid Head, stepping into the fog, accepted his obligation once more. I almost hit circle again. Well, I hit the wrong button anyways. I think I've read Deathslinger's lore. I pressed the wrong button. Born, how long is this one? Not too bad. Born in the dust-ridden badlands of the American Midwest, Caleb Quinn was son to struggling Irish immigrants. So he was the son of all of them? On the edge of the frontier, sickness, famine, and death were common sights, and pioneers contended for whatever scraps they could claim. I just skipped a huge part. On the edge of the frontier, sickness, famine, and death were common sights, and pioneers contended for whatever scraps they could claim. While tycoons fested, Caleb's father, once an engineer, had few options to ply his trade as businesses posted a common sign: "No Irish need apply." His antiquated tools laid untouched for years until Caleb uncovered them. Noticing his son's interest in the trade, he gifted him his old wrench. The devices Caleb made under his father's guidance had quaint applications, but when his father was away, they took a grim turn. He had plans for a mask that would gouge barbed needles into a human's eyes and rip them from their sockets, complete with sketches of it fitted on boys who bullied him. God damn, Deathslinger, god damn. With age, Caleb's engineering abilities became marketable, and employers put their discrimination aside. Henry Bayshore, the owner of the United West Rail, hired him. Caleb first invented a gun that shot railroad spikes into the ground. Next, he made a steam-powered tunneling drill, but as Bayshore feigned indifference, the devices began turning up at other companies. The patents stolen from Caleb and sold. Oh, he just cracked his jaw. I hate that. Ugh. A familiar sensation coursed through Caleb's blood, feeding the sharp pain in his heart. Rage overwhelmed him. He burst into Bayshore's office and smashed his face into a bloody stew. As he was pulled away, he pushed his specialized gun into the boss's gut and squeezed the trigger. A railroad spike plowed through skin and viscera, nailing Bayshore to the desk. Damn. The only thing that saved Caleb from hanging was Bayshore's unlikely survival. For 15 years, Caleb was confined to Hellshire Penitentiary, the nation's first private prison. I just spilt cold water all over me. It sucks. In a fortress of illiterate convicts, he found an unlikely friend in the educated prison warden. He designed torture devices for him. In return, received extra meals. After a time, the warden offered to commute his sentence. He spoke of something greater than monetary wealth, political capital, and that his connections could have Bayshore framed and rotting behind bars for life. He had only one request: make him rich. Fill the prison. Use ingenuity to bring outlaws in alive. Caleb returned to his workshop, and with a few modifications, emerged with something new: the spear gun. The first trial occurred when a thief robbed a Chinese laundry. Okay. Seizing on the opportunity, Caleb unleashed his prototype. Metal joints screeched as the spike shot forward, gouging into the target's abdomen. But as the spear tugged, it caught the thief's intestines with an ungodly sound, yanked them onto the dusty road. After several iterations, the disbowelments dwindled, but Caleb had already earned his new nickname, the Deathslinger. Looking to protect his assets, the prison warden pulled strings and released Irish inmates to form Caleb's posse. The Hellshire Gang was born. For 6 years they roamed the country, collecting wanted outlaws for the prison, fulfilling their end of the bargain. After a bloody battle at Glenvale, Caleb caught notice of a newspaper headline: Henry Bayshore purchases Hellshire Penitentiary. In the picture, a disfigured Bayshore proudly shook the warden's hand. Caleb's heart pounded with a rage, blood swelling as it would burst from his veins. He'd been sold out, a pawn in a rich man's game. The Hellshire Gang pledged their loyalty to Caleb and called for the warden's head. And in the thundering gallop, they smashed through the prison entrance, shrieking like bloodthirsty marauders. A guard raised his pistol but hesitated. A spear punctured his chest. Caleb grabbed the man's head and slammed it against a prison cell until it spilled through the bars. I would watch a horror movie based on the Deathslinger. This sounds awesome. Or a slasher. Reaching the warden's office, Caleb kicked the door and was met with a fortunate sight. It wasn't only the prison warden who cowered in the corner, But Henry Bayshore, overpowered with rage, Caleb rushed Bayshore, beating, bludgeoning, tearing at his flesh. The man's blood dripped from his face, crimson pooling at his feet. The Hellshire gang swarmed the warden, snapping bones with each kick. With the two men broken and begging for death, the posse dragged them to the commons, where they were left to the growing crowd of prisoners. Soaked in blood and sweat, Caleb hobbled to his old cell, hardly paying notice to Bayshore's screams. He sat on the bed's edge as drops of blood ran from his fingertips. A thick, unnatural fog streamed through the barred window. He pulled out his old wrench, cracked and rusted, and ran a thumb along the metal, regarding it with faded eyes. He couldn't remember when it came into his possession. He didn't care to remember. At his feet he saw a dusty path, and at its end, silhouettes of all who had done him wrong. The boys who bullied him, the executives who took advantage of him, and again, Henry Bayshore. Emerging from a fog were the tools to dispose of the... Henry Bayshore emerging from the fog. Were the tools to dispose of them. Unforgiving steel hooks, brilliant and beautiful in their simplicity. Pain tore through his leg as he stood, but he endured, pushing onward, walking the dusty path, leaving a trail of blood flowing behind him. Damn. I did it again. Oh, I hit circle, but because I put pressure on my controller, it switched me. I'm not reading the survivor's bios. Not this video, not this stream. Please don't scream like 50 million times while I read this. His isn't that bad. Honoring his family. Name was never enough for cousin Yamamaka. He wanted to surpass his father's reputation and end what he saw as the thinning of the samurai culture, with farmers often posing as samurai. His father tried to turn Kazan's attention to more noble pursuits, but Kazan refused to heed his advice, and borrowing his father's katana, he embarked on a dark pilgrimage to prove his worth. Wait, I lost the accent. To prove his worth and rid Japan of impostors. Ignoring the code they had been taught to him, Kazan killed the impostors. In the hills and the valleys, on the beaches and in the woodland. The killings were brutal, cruel, and morbid. He humiliated farmers and warriors alike, yanking off their top knots and stripping them of their armor. His rage, bloodlust, and perverse sense of honor knew no bounds. Monks believed he was possessed by something dark and otherworldly, and cursed him, while a noble lord began to call him Oni Yamakao. Oni Yamakao. Oni Yamakao. What the fuck? The rageful samurai, an insult both to Kazan and his family. Okay, I'll stop reading like that, because I bet you one person is... Someone's gonna watch this and be like, oh my god, you can't read it like that, what the fuck? Determined to redeem his family's name, Kazan now butchered anyone who dared call him Oni Yamako. Yamako, whatever. The insult confused him. He had defeated the best, and he had purified the samurai class by riding the land of imposter sus? How could anyone refer to him as an ogre? Shrekskin when? Had it been because he had marched onto a battlefield to cut down the fiercest warriors? Had it been because he had taken a kanabo and dashed what? To cut down the fiercest warriors. Had it been because he had a kanabo and dashed hundreds of skulls with it? Is that a typo I see? Marched onto the battlefield to bash hundreds of skulls with it. Or had it been because of his need to secure a trophy from his victims? It didn't matter. Being called an ogre was more than he could bear, and an ominous voice in his head urged him to strike down the lord who had desecrated his name. As Kazan made for the lord's town, he suddenly found himself face to face with a samurai standing on a dirt road, blocking his way. Kazan readied his kanabo. Okay, stop doing that. I'm trying to read, man. Oh my god. Without a word, the samurai attacked and quickly secured the upper hand. But he hesitated. With a devastating blow, Kazan crushed the samurai's head and cracked his helmet. As Kazan approached the falling samurai, he saw his father's face and staggered back to his haunches. His father stared at Kazan with mingled shame and regret as he issued his last breath. Kazan closed his eyes and screamed in agony until he could scream no more. When he opened his eyes again, his father was gone. Not only had he killed his father, but he had allowed the thieves to steal his body for armor. Bitter, lost, and disillusioned, Kazan roamed the land aimlessly with his father's voice rattling in his head, taunting him, reminding him of his failures, sending him into fits of uncontrolled black rage. One day, walking in the woods, Kazan happened upon an Oni statue. He stopped and stood motionless for a long moment. The weathered and overgrown statue seemed to be ridiculing him, accusing him of being the imposter samurai he had so desperately sought to destroy. Kazan shook the laughing voice out of his head, and half remembered the lord who had ridiculed him as Oni Yamoka. Okay. With renowned anger, Kazan journeyed to a town high up in the snowy mountains where the lord resided. A dozen samurai met Kazan at the gates of the town. A dozen samurai fell into his kanabo. His speed and strength were unmatched. His rage was incomprehensible. Covered in blood and gore, Kazan battled through the town, and soon found the lord hiding in a villa. He dragged him out of a cabinet, sliced his tendons to immobilize him, and watched him beg and squirm like a dog. Without hesitation, he thrust his fist into the lord's mouth, yanked out the wicked tongue that had desecrated his name. God, that's so distracting. Satisfied, Kazan exited the villa to find himself surrounded by dozens of farmers, wielding rusted scythes, sharp pitchforks, and heavy clubs. He survived the first few assaults, but there were too many attackers coming from every direction. Within moments, Kazan was on the ground, staring at a cold, indifferent, darkening sky, as farmers took turns stabbing and torturing the Oni who had butchered their beloved lord. The frenzied mob dragged Kazan into a small stone mill to continue the torture, and finally left him to die a slow, agonizing death. When they returned, the mill was filled with a strange black fog. Filled with a strange black fog, and Kazan's body and the kanabo were nowhere to be found. It was the beginning of a dark legend about a rageful Oni haunting the town. Bum bum bum. Alright. Look at that. We got demo. We got the heavy weapons guy. I mean, not heavy weapons guy. We got the Scrumpy. A blooming mouth full of needle-like teeth. For a face large, curved, razor-sharp claw. No. A blooming mouth full of needle-like teeth. For a face large, curved, razor-sharp claws and powerful legs to pounce on victims make the Demogorgon a frightening monster to face in any dimension. It is a nightmare of unrestrained feral rage as it hunts down its prey and rips it to pieces, devouring every last morsel of flesh and gore, leaving nothing for scavengers. The creature is untouched by any sense of compassion or restraint. Looming over its victims, it shows no doubt of mercy, just the pure instinct of its insatiable bloodlust as it delivers the death blow, a perfect hunter. The Demogorgon is a macabre testament to the horrors lurking in the Upside Down, and why it was a choice pickings for the entity. Oh, that I hit circle that time, but I'm glad that it's not doing that and it's doing that instead, so that's good. Alright, Ghostface. Shit. Danny Johnson, known as Jed Olson by some, grabbed the newspaper from the kitchen counter. It was a week old, but his face was on the front page, grainy and sunken. It was one of those muggy afternoons in Florida, when heat and humidity permeated everything in the kitchen, making him sweat. While standing still, he slouched in a damp chair to read. Making him sweat while standing still. He slouched in a damp chair to read. This article had better be good. His work in Roseville had been outstanding. Ow. That hurt. I just peeled, I had a hangnail. I just took it off. Freaking hurt. Shouldn't have done that. Anyways. Ghostface disappears June 18th, 1993. At first glance, Jed Olson was a modest and enthusiastic freelancer with experience in a variety of small newspapers. The staff at the Roseville Gazette appreciated how easygoing and honest he seemed, and so he was treated as a stranger for no more than 5 minutes into his interview. Jed quickly spotted the editor-in-chief in the room. Gave him a wide smile and a firm handshake, and talked about good old American values. And that was it. He was in. Ex-contributor at the Roseville Gazette. Olson never justified his erratic career path, which zigzagged between several small towns from Utah to Pennsylvania. There were no verifications of his previous jobs. He had a decent portfolio, plus a good attitude, and they needed a contributor right away. The Roseville Murders. Olson had been working at the newspaper for 5 months when the Roseville Murders began. Victims from young to old stabbed to death in their homes. From the reports, the victims seemed chosen at random, yet the killer knew his way around in the houses. The multiple stab wounds indicated a personal motive. No traces of DNA were found. The local police were confident the murders were carried by a fury akin to crime of passion, yet coldly premeditated. Ugh. The murderer also liked to stalk his targets. 2 victims had reported being followed on their way home by a dark figure. A few days prior their death, The killer would follow them from Wall Eyes, a small bar in northern Roseville, and snap pictures of them at home. While looking for a way in, he could watch the same victim for weeks, meticulously registering their habits and routines. When he felt the urge to kill, he'd visit the most vulnerable victim the most vulnerable victim on his list, and break inside the house quietly. The whole staff worked on the Roseville murder story. Olson was often sent to interview the family of victims and relay official statements from the police, unknown to everyone at the time. His involvement added to the final body count. The ghost face. Panic swelled in Roseville when Olson sorry about that. Freaking crazy. When Olson produced footage of a hooded figure breaking into a house at night. The masked face, a white blur in the dark, stared at the camera for a second before disappearing inside. Ghostface caught on tape was the resulting article written by Olson. He seemed proud of his work at the time, enjoying how the whole town feared his ghost stories. Weeks later, Olson left a note on his work desk and disappeared. I hope you liked my stories. I enjoyed bringing them to life. Don't worry, I'm not done. Jed Olson. The Roseville law enforcement still refuses to comment on Jed Olson, as Jed Olson remains at large. Danny smiled, ripping out the article from the newspaper. When the investigation had been pointing to him, he'd packed his bags and left Roseville swiftly. He got the clammy seat. Oh, he got up, the clammy seat pulling at his skin. An oppressive humidity engulfed him as he entered the bedroom. Condensation dribbled on a small misted-up window as bits of cracked wallpaper hung limply. Its floral pattern was covered with gruesome photos and newspaper headlines. Danny pinned the week-old article on top of a picture of lacerated scalps. A faint pang of hunger hit him, and he wondered when he had eaten last. Was it this morning, while washing his knife and clothes, or was it last night, after following that girl down the street? He couldn't remember clearly. Taking a step back, he admired his work on the wall. His mind drifted, remembering all the articles he'd written, the stories he planned, and the scenes he brought to life. A shiver ran through him. A chilling breeze transformed the bedroom's humidity into an opaque, freezing fog. A woman shrieked. Dead leaves crunched under his feet. He smiled in anticipation. Alright, that time... Wait, why is it... Now Circle is bringing me to Killers and Survivors. Why was it not doing that before? I prefer that, because it's not as jarring. The Plague. Okay. When she was 5 years old, Adiris, the youngest of a family of 7, was left on the brick-red burning steps of a temple of purgation at the center of Babylon. To process her shock and sorrow, she held on to the belief that the gods had a plan for her. Her new life was one of quiet servitude. She would tend to the gardens, prepare ceremonial meals, and polish ceremonial incense burners at night. She would pray for a sign that would reveal her purpose. When she came of age, she attended the high-ranking priestess during the yearly worships of the sea goat, the god of water and creation. Swinging a censer down the great hypostyle hall, she cast thick black fumes that reached the cold, towering stone pillars before dissipating. Her worries lifted, and the resulting bliss made her feel closer to the gods than ever. She worked herself to the bone each day that followed, fulfilling her duties while taking on new ones as she aided the priests during purification rituals. The priests were more and more in need of assistance, cleansing Cleansings were being performed daily to answer the demand from outside. The high temple walls were a catastrophic plague. Were a catastrophic plague had resurfaced. Within months, the priest contracted the disease. It did not take long before they became too weak to perform any kind of ritual. Adiris, having assisted many purification rituals, was the only one able to carry on. The swelling panic had to be contained, even if by a novice. Anxious before her first ceremony, Adiris visited the priest's sanctuary chamber. When she lit the candles, she noticed a narrow opening in the back. Sliding through the gap, she reached a crypt hidden under the sanctuary. The chamber was bare, except for the golden statue of a woman, who stood with overstretched hands, her fingers in jewels. It was the sign Adiris had been waiting for. The great hall was packed with followers who bowed down to Adiris. Who bowed down as Adiris entered. She strode to the brick altar and grabbed a ceremonial dagger forged in silver, her ruby-ringed fingers wrapping around the blade like claws. The sudden display of luxury intrigued the followers, who were struck already by her youth and beauty. As she began reciting the epic of creation, a woman at the back swooned and collapsed. Adiris rushed to her and noticed the black blister covering her feet. Without hesitation, Adiris grabbed her secret blade and swung it at her own foot, severing a toe. Then she offered the bloody part to the gods, asking them to protect the woman. A silence fell over the followers, who received Adiris as their new priestess, who revered, Tales of her wealth, beauty, and devotion began to spread across the city as quickly as the disease. Soon, Adiris' followers called her the High Priestess of Babylon. But her faith was tried when she showed the first signs of infection. Her cough became a mix of phlegm and blood. Her neck erupted in abscesses, and her four-toed foot darkened. Ashamed of her condition, she began wearing a veiled headpiece and carried a censer that masked the rancid smell of sick that clung to her skin. Hoping to be saved, she kept performing the rituals. She began wearing a veil. She kept performing the rituals, offering blessed water and food to her followers. But no ritual could ever save her. In a desperate attempt to appease the gods, Adiris banished herself from the city. She traveled north with a few followers, venturing through the cold woodlands of Urashtu. I don't know. Urashtu. Until it was no longer possible to walk. They camped in a damp cave where Adiris lay in a pool of vomit. Her foot, which had turned black, was so swollen she could not go any further. Her followers, which had turned black, was so swollen she could not go any further. Her followers and she realized the truth in that cave. They were all infected with the plague. Kneeling among her retching followers, Adiris made one last prayer. The black fumes of incense rose into the damp air before being wiped off by a cold breeze. Neither the body of Adiris nor her followers were ever found. Many told tales of her return, but no one truly knew what fate had befallen the High Priestess of Babylon. That's kind of cool. I did it again. Where is she? Okay. The Legion. Look at that. actually didn't take as long as I thought it would. Frank Morrison was 19 and had little to show for it. He'd stopped attending school after being kicked out of the basketball team for shoving a referee into the stands. Yet Frank was a man of potential who could light up a room, despite his bleak childhood. At 6 years old, he's been taken away from Calgary to start a circuit of foster homes. No matter how many times he'd lash out, threw tantrums, and got into fights, they kept moving him to new unfamiliar houses. His last move had been 3 years prior, when his last foster dad, Clive Andrews, had picked him up from the adoption center. Wait, what? His last move had been 3 years prior, when his last foster dad, Clive Andrews, had picked him up from the adoption center. Okay. They'd been on the road for 7 hours before reaching a small bungalow in Ormond. It would be the longest time they'd spend together. Clive was too busy trading shakwaz from family services for drinks at the bar. Ormond was a small, stale place, a remote town of 6,000 inhabitants, where gray winters drag on for most of the year. Frank did everything he could to get into another adoptive family, but he changed his mind when he caught the attention of a beautiful girl. Julie was a popular girl who was convinced that she deserved better than a life in Ormond, and Frank, as an outsider, was her ticket out. Frank attended the party she threw, where everyone was younger than him and easily impressed, which he liked. He met the impulsive Joey, who liked to show off, and the shy, naive Susie, who was Julie's best friend. They would hang out at an abandoned lodge up Mount Ormond. Their time together was the perfect break from the boring conformity of their small, insignificant, everyday lives. Frank saw it as an opportunity to shape their lack of experience into something powerful. He lined up nights of debauchery and rampage. Testing their limits, bullying, vandalizing, and theft were essentially their weekend plans. It came to the point where they would do anything he asked. Nothing was off limits. When they put their masks on one evening, Frank dared Joey to vandalize the store that had recently fired him. They snuck inside easily enough, as the building was supposed to be empty. They snuck inside easily enough as the building was supposed to be empty. He's moving around too much. There was a store that had recently fired him. They snuck inside easily enough as the building was supposed to be empty after closing hours. But a cleaner who was still there grabbed Julie as soon as she came near. Hearing her stifled cries, a dark impulse took over Frank. He rushed to her aid, knife in hand, and without hesitating, planted the blade into the cleaner's back. As the group stared at Frank in shock, he ordered them to finish the job. Joey clenched his jaw, grabbing the knife, and stabbed the bleeding man in the ribs. Susie didn't want to do it. Frank shouted at her. They had to finish what they'd started. Julie closed her eyes and jabbed the knife into the man's chest. She handed the wet blade to Susie. They were all in this together now. Susie stared at Julie in disbelief, as Frank grabbed her trembling hands and inserted the knife deeply into the man's throat. Frank told them to move fast. They mopped the blood off the floor, stashed the body in the trunk of Joey's car, and drove up Mount Ormond. All four were digging in the muddy snow to dispose the body. When Frank spotted something moving through the woods, he grabbed his knife and broke from the group to check it out. The fog thickened around Frank, becoming so dense that he soon could no longer see ahead. He retraced his steps and stumbled on an ominous trail. He followed the eerie path, as if called by the darkness. Julie, Susie, and Joey finished digging, but Frank was nowhere to be seen. Julie spotted his muddy footprints in the snow, and the three of them followed the trail, which took them deeper into the woods. When Julie, Susie, and Joey did not return home that night. Their parents thought they'd run away with Frank. Each family came up with a different theory. The mood of the town changed, however, when a body was found by an abandoned lodge up Mount Ormond. Dying of tongue. It sounds like Frank was the only one that was taken by the fog, to be fair. Oh, see? That time it took me back to the characters. I don't mean to do that. I apologize for me keep doing that. For me keeping... fucking dog. Who was that? That was Legion. Time for the spirit. I like how my spirit looks. She looks so cool. Whew. Rin was the only child of the Yamaka family. She was raised in the dusty halls of a traditional house in Kagawa. She studied education at Takamatsu, a private university, which weighed heavily on her family's shaky finances. Her mother got ill that year and the bills started piling up. Rin worked part-time in a futile attempt to help lighten the load. Her father faced a debt that grew without end. He started working double shifts in hopes of obtaining a promotion. That's when he started losing sleep. A dark whisper would keep him awake at night, reminding him of his hopeless situation. Exhausted, he started to lose grasp on reality, fighting to deny what the voice whispered at night. Rin's father made a desperate move. He met with his superior and explained his situation. He begged for a bonus, an advanced time off, anything. His request was denied. The company had launched a defective production line that was costing them dearly. Someone had to be held accountable, and Rin's father fitted the bill perfectly. He was fired after 22 years of service. That evening, Rin came home from work. She stayed late to entertain customers that lingered at the restaurant. As she parked her bike in the shed, she heard her mother scream from the house. She rushed in, climbing up the stairs to her parents' room. There she found bits and pieces of her mother on the floor. Her limbs were clean cut, tangled up in an unnatural position. Her breasts were sliced up, revealing her rib cage, which was cracked open. Rin gagged. A sharp katana came crashing down. Rin blocked the blade, which bit into her bare forearm. The shock of recognition interrupted her pain. Her father was wielding the katana with a stoic expression. She cried out to make him stop, but he slashed her arm again. She rushed off and slid on the blood-smeared floor, using the doorframe as support. She raised herself up. The katana ripped through the wall, cleaving her other arm. She screamed in pain as she limped into the hallway, only to be met by her father's blade. She stepped back, trembling as she held together the soft, loose flesh of her abdomen. Images of her mother's tangled limbs flashed before her eyes. Rin charged at her father, making him stumble back. He punched her torn abdomen, and she reclined in pain. As she struggled to get back up, he slashed her thigh, making her collapse on the floor. As she crawled towards the stairs, he grabbed her hair and yanked her against a partition. The glass shattered on impact, and she fell through, landing one floor down. She heard footsteps somewhere above her. With effort, she moved, worming her way into a sea of broken glass. The shards gnawed at her, ripping her flesh. He had to be stopped. He would not get away with what he'd done to her, with what he'd done to her mother. Coughing up blood, her chin grazed the glass, adding to the bleeding. A low-pitched heartbeat started to ring in her ears. Her body felt so heavy she could no longer move. The ground shook with her father's footsteps. She knew she was not going to make it, but she no longer cared. She would make him pay, in this life or the next. The ground shook with her father's footsteps. Oh, whoops. A dark fog slowly veiled her eyes, but it could not subdue her rage. She would not rest, not yet. The darkness whispered, promising blood and revenge. An oath was made, and Rin closed her eyes. God damn, Spirit! God damn, that's intense. I fucking did it again. I fucking did it again, man. Alright, now the clown. Kenneth Chase was born in 1932 by a difficult labor, which his mother wouldn't survive. The event drove a rift between him and his father that never closed. As the boy grew, so did his father's resentment and his drinking habit. By the time Kenneth was at school, they lived mostly separate lives. How long is his... Oh, shit. Academically, he was unremarkable, coasting by on his significant athletic prowess. He grew tall and strong, excelling at track events, but shunned any attempts to coax him into team sports. Sorry, I yawned. On his walk home from school, he would often find feathers on the ground, and he soon began a collection, keeping them in a cigar box under his bed. With his father, either at work or in an alcohol-induced stupor, Kenneth had hours to spend alone, transfixed by the regularity of the feathers' barbs, and feeling the softness as he ran them over his lips. Watching the birds that came to the feeder in his garden, he imagined how soft they would be, and resolved to catch one. He ingratiated himself with the local dentist. Soon, what? He imagined how soft they must be and resolved to catch one. What the fuck? I know that word. He integrated himself with the local dentist, soon procuring some anesthetic, whatever. Using this, he rigged up a trap on the feeder that he hoped would knock out a bird long enough that he could touch it. After a few failed attempts, he managed to trap a robin. As it lay in his hand, he felt a sudden rush of a life at his mercy. He had planned to release it once it recovered from the anesthetic. Instead, as its eyes flickered back into consciousness and it began to struggle, his grip remained firm. His fingers slowly tightened around its throat, squeezing until its chest feathers were finally still. He disposed of the body, keeping just a feather, with which he started a new collection, discarding the others as fake. By the late 1940s, Kenneth had left school and started working as a busboy at a local diner. He had also escalated to larger prey, like squirrels, raccoons, and dogs, becoming skilled at customizing the anesthetic dosage for each. In early 1954, a young man went missing and the town was turned upside down in the search. A few months later, Kenneth's father, while doing some work in the crawl space under the house, found a cigar box. He broke it open and saw to his horror that it contained feathers, animal paws, and a man's finger. Returning from work, Kenneth saw his father leaving the crawl space with a cigar box in his hand. He turned on his heels and never went home again. After a few weeks of living rough, he encountered a traveling circus, and with his prodigious strength, was hired to work the ropes. He assumed a new name, Jeffrey Hawk. That's a reference to Jeffrey Dahmer, by the way. Basically, clown is an amalgamation of different serial killers. I should do a video explaining what every killer is based off in references. I'll probably do that too. His new name, Jeffrey Hawk. Suddenly, surrounded by a close-knit community, Jeffrey had to learn to socialize. He donned a new personality, like a disguise, quickly becoming known as charming and helpful, and was welcomed into his new family. Over the next decade, he stayed with the circus, traveling the length and breadth of the USA, but with the itinerant life providing few repercussions, he fell into bad habits. Drink, junk food, drugs. He indulged all drink. He drink. You do be drink. Drink, junk food, and drugs, as he indulged all of them to excess. For a time, these vices were enough, but then his old urges returned, and his nomadic existence became a cover for him to resume killing. He stole clothes and makeup from performers, fashioning a disguise that would let him get close to his victims, before he anesthesialized them. Why do they have to use such big words? Bringing them back to his caravan, where they would awake to find themselves bound at his mercy. He would finally get to have his fun, mentally and physically torturing them, their screams fueling him before being lost in the night. Once their strength was at its lowest, he would carefully examine their fingers, searching for the prettiest, running them over his tongue to find the tastiest. Once he found the best, he would cut it from their hand and proudly add it to his collection, disposing of the rest of the body as pointless waste. Men, women, young, old, he didn't care. The essence of a good collection is in the variety, in the memories and stories they evoke. He removed the costume less and less, shedding his old personality with it, fully embracing the clown, his true self. With time, he became complacent and sloppy. A victim managed to work free of his bindings while he was sleeping off the drink. She escaped screaming for help, and he awoke to find the rest of the circus bearing down on him. He whipped his horse, and the caravan disappeared into the night. Since then, he has roamed the country, a parasite who could always be found at a carnival or circus, but who would never been seen on any playbill. He lured those brave or foolish enough to come near, trapped them, and moved on before they could be found missing. Somewhere along the way, he left the extraordinary roads of the USA behind him, traveling through a veil of mist and entering a new realm. It was a place of transience and impermanence. What's the point? What's the point of those big words? You get it. You know big words. You're a smart boy. I'm not a smart boy. Perfectly suiting the life he had chosen to lead. Feeling more at home than he had in his entire life, he set up camp and waited for his first visitor. Didn't do it this time. I didn't hit circle that time. The pig. I love that mask. That mask looks so good. Oh shit. When John Kramer, better known as Jigsaw, planned for his son to be born during the Chinese zodiac year of the pig, he wanted it to represent fertility and rebirth, a new beginning for him and his wife, and the start of a charmed life for his son. But that plan was shattered on the night that a junkie broke into his wife's clinic, hoping to score what? Hoping to score what? After this event resulted in the death of his unborn son, John finally caught up with the junkie, making him his first test subject, and the pig was changed forever too. It became a representation of the disease that was rotting John from the inside. Reminder that we are just a meat unless we elevate ourselves through our actions by grasping life from the jaws of death. The pig became a vessel, an agent of Jigsaw, conveying the subjects to their tests. For some of those who emerged victorious, the pig could still be a rebirth into their new lives as apprentices, even disciples of Jigsaw. That was the case of Amanda Young, a troubled soul whose life had been a catalog of harm. That's a plain, both to herself and those around her, that changed when she faced and bested Jigsaw's test. Deciding her life was worth something, she began devoted to Jigsaw's cause, ready to take over when the cancer consumed him. But she became more dependent on John, her anguish at his impending death, combining with a belief that their test subjects weren't capable of saving themselves, of being reborn in the crucible of the games. Seeing this, John presented her with another game, another chance to save herself, but Amanda let her rage and jealousy rule her actions. She failed the test and took a bullet as a consequence. Bleeding out on the tiled floor, darkness engulfed Amanda's vision, accompanied by a sound like creaking wood. Then she was in a forest, once more viewing the world through the eyes of a pig. Trees surrounded her, their branches clawing at her from all sides. Waves of panic washed over her, and she could hear her breath reverberating inside the mask. Had she been damned, cursed to spend her days here in this guise? Or maybe guise in this guise? I don't know. Or maybe this was another test. Maybe she hadn't failed at all. John always thought one step ahead of everyone else, planned for every eventuality, and he would never give up on her surely. Jigsaw may have gone, but he had passed her on... Jigsaw may have gone, but he had passed her on to another, a being for whom she would be the pig again. Ultimately, she saw now that she had been right in the choices she had made. The time for games was over. There was no chance of redemption for any of them. They were meat, and meat was destined for slaughter. Ooh, didn't do it again. Haha, I'm not pressing circle. Fuck, I pressed R1. I didn't press R2. Even while he lived, Freddy Krueger was a creature of a nightmare. For those who truly knew him, hiding behind a mask of warmth and friendliness, Freddy's actual temperament was known only to his victims. When those victims were finally heard, the parents of Springwood tracked Freddy down and took the law into their own hands. They thought fire had rid them of the monster that night, that their children were finally safe. But evil, as strong as his, has a way of surviving. Years passed. The horror was buried. Years passed. The horror was buried. The victims mercifully forgot. Then somehow Freddy returned, and dreams became nightmares once more. Freddy focused his anger on those he felt had wronged him, building up to his one true obsession, Nancy Holbrook. But he underestimated her strength and resourcefulness. Together with her friend Quentin, she managed to weaken Freddy, mutilating him and leaving him for dead once more. If we ever, say, something miraculously happens, and we get a Robert Englund Freddy, for the love of God, even if it means, I wouldn't even be upset, alright? Remove Freddy from the game, if you need to, And please give us Robert Englund. Please. That's what I want. I want Robert Englund so bad. If Nancy was a survivor, that would be amazing. Anyways, Death didn't want Freddy, not this Nancy, not his Nancy. I'm talking about Robert Englund's Nancy, the good Nancy, the cool Nancy, the Nancy. When I watch slasher films, I want the slasher to win, right? But when I watch Nightmare on Elm Street, like, I love Freddy, don't get me wrong, but Nancy is such a badass. Also, a lot of things that people don't know about the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, apparently it had a 2-season show called Freddy's Nightmare in like 1988. No one ever talks about it. But anyways, Death didn't want Freddy the first time he encountered it. Why did they think it would take him now? He emerged once more, consumed with vengeance. Then he turned his sights on the boy. He had blocked his path to Nancy, his number one. Freddy invaded Quentin's dreams, terrorizing him night after night until his strength and defenses would be at their lowest. When the time was right, he forced the boy to return to the dark reflection of Badham Preschool, where he would have his final revenge, Freddy's revenge. Freddy stalked the boy through the school halls. He took his time, savoring every moment of the hunt. This was what he enjoyed the most. The smell of their sweat in the air, the ragged gasps of their terrified breath. They were his to play with. There was the boy at the end of the long corridor, too tired and scared to run anymore. Resigned to his fate, Freddy closed in, arms wide, claws raking the walls. Oh, that's the reference to the original. When he does that thing with his arms. Anyways, arms wide, claws raking the wall, their tips traced along a pipe, the metallic shrieking only adding to the boy's apprehension. A shower of sparks rained on the ground and into the liquid that covered the tilted floor. A blue flame blossomed and quickly engulfed the room. The boy took flight as Freddy burst from the flames in a fury. Rooms and walls raced past in a blur until they were in Freddy's basement. There would be no escape from here. Slowly, Freddy closed in on the boy. His fear was so strong now that Freddy could almost taste it, but his eyes burned with a definite hatred that was almost admirable. Freddy drew back his claws. His claw. Not his claws, his claw. Then Freddy felt another presence with him, something old, powerful, and dark. Miasma. A fog, just say a fog, enveloped him, and the only sensation was a sound like wooden beams flexing and creaking in the distance. The echoing groan of metal crushed against metal. Something arcane and unknowable, halfway between language and pure terror. There was a moment of falling and spinning, and then Freddy was back in the school, but not his school. It looked the same, but it felt different. His powers were tampered in some ways and focused in others. The boy had gone for now, but other prey walked the hallways. Some would be inconsequential, others would become his new favorites. All would fall before his claw. Before his claw, not claws, his claw. But, how cool would it be if we had the Elm Street house? Like, instead of Badham Preschool, give us the Elm Street house. Please. Like, I don't think anyone would be upset. I know, he's really fun. I like him. Just remove him from the game. Do whatever you need to do just to get Robert Englund. Please. I want Robert Englund, man. Please. 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 Alright. Next. The Huntress. Yeah, I was gonna say, the Huntress is kind of beefy. As soon as Anna was able to walk, her mother started teaching her how to survive a harsh, solitary life in the northern woods. Living in such an extremely remote and dangerous area required skill and resilience. When sunlight became too dim for productive activities, they would take refuge in their house, a sturdy old cabin constructed to resist the toughest winters. Close to the hearth's warmth, Anna would rest in her mother's arms, surrounded by the few wooden toys and masks she had created for her. Anna would rest in her mother's arms, surrounded by the few wooden toys and masks she had crafted for her. Drifting off to sleep with stories and lullabies, she dreamt happy dreams, ignorant of the events that would soon change everything. Sorry about my cough. I apologize. Anna and her mother were stalking a great elk through the woods. They knew it was dangerous prey, but it had been a particularly difficult winter, and they were almost out of food. The specter of starvation frightened them more than any forest creature. Without warning, the elk reared, bellowed, and charged at Anna. She was paralyzed with fear as the whole world seemed to shake under the immense beast's pounding hooves. The elk was close enough for Anna, I don't know, see the murderous fury in its eyes. When her mother threw herself in its path, axe in hand, a blood-curdling scream escaped from her lips as the elk impaled her upon its antlers and hoisted her into the air with all her strength. She brought her axe down on its head again and again while it tried to shake her loose. With a sickening crack, the antlers snapped and Anna's mother was free. The beast collapsed. Anna was too small to move her mother's broken body, so she sat with her in the clearing where she had fallen. To distract her from the dying elk's cries, Anna's mother held her and hummed her favorite lullaby. They stayed like that, the huntress and the elk getting quieter and colder until... Oh, I read the huntress. I'm like, isn't Anna the huntress? Anna was alone in the silent forest. Eventually, she stood up and started the long walk back home. Still a child, she knew just enough about life in the frozen forest to survive. She followed her instincts and became one with the wild. She got older and stronger and practiced her hunt. As she grew into a dangerous predator, humanity became a half-remembered dream. She widened her territory and lived off her hunts. She worked her way up through squirrels and hares and mink and foxes. Eventually, she grew tired of them and hunted more dangerous animals like wolves and bears. When unsuspecting travelers came through her woods, she discovered her new favorite prey: humans. Travelers came through her woods. She discovered, humans. Unlucky souls who strayed into her territory were slaughtered like any other animal. She liked to collect their tools and colorful garments, and especially toys. When there were little ones, oh no, but she could never bring herself to kill the little girls. Aw, she's a little wholesome. She look wholesome thing, you. Oh yeah, girls she would take back to her house deep in the woods. They were precious, and looking at them woke up something deep in her heart. She craved the closeness of a loved one, a child of her own. Among the pillaged wooden toys, dolls, and storybooks she couldn't read, the girls would be tied by... Oh, okay, change. That's not wholesome. Oh my god. Among the pillaged wooden toys and dolls and storybooks she couldn't read, the girls would be tied by the neck, a rough and chafing rope fastened firmly to the wall. She couldn't let them wander off, or they would surely die outside. I guess that's one way to do it. Every time the girls would waste away and die of cold or starvation or sickness, Every time it plunged Anna deeper into pain and sorrow and madness. She was compelled to try again and start raiding the nearest villages to slaughter families and kidnap their daughters. She wore one of the animal masks her mother crafted for her so many years earlier to try to calm the frightened children. Villagers spread the legend of the half-beast lurking in the Red Forest, the huntress who killed men and ate little girls. What the? War eventually came to the forest. German soldiers began to pass through on the march to attack. The collapsing Russian Empire. On the march to attack the collapsing Russian Empire. During these dark times, there were no more travelers. The villagers had abandoned their homes, and no more little ones to be found. Only soldiers. Many of them were found with violent axe wounds. Whole groups disappeared mysteriously. Once the war was over, the rumors of the huntress disappeared with it, engulfed by the Red Forest. I've never read Huntress's lore. I was not expecting that to be part of her lore. I mean, I knew her mom died, and I knew the elk had something to do with it. That's about it. I didn't know about the... Damn, if you go on the mother's dwelling map and you go inside the house, that part underneath the stairs, you can see the ropes. Oh my god. It's kind of cool that they put that detail in there. Whether killers perform their heinous acts by the compulsion of their diseased minds, or if they are forced into them by external pressures, has long been a matter of debate. But for one killer, nature and nurture are inextricably linked. You could just say nature and nurture are linked. Leatherface kills not from a desire to exert his will over others to satisfy carnal urges or even to quiet the voices in his head. He kills because he is scared. Scared that others will hurt him. Scared that his family will be displeased with him. Scared that their shared willingness to eat human flesh will be discovered. He does as he's told. He does as he is told. His family loves him, and that is all that matters. Outsiders are a threat, and threats need to be dealt with. Like those kids that came into the house uninvited, walking in like they owned the place. Looked around the house trying to find out his family's secrets, no doubt. But Leatherface dealt with them, protected his family, just as he'd been taught. He is not just protector. He has many roles, and each role has its own face. He serves dinner, cares for the family, dresses well when they eat. His grandpa and ma used to care for them all, but grandpa is old now, and she has been still for a while. So Leatherface and his brothers had to take over. Family is everything to him. Family is security and safety. But even though he did his best, one of the kids got away. He tried to stop her, chasing after her as fast as he could, but she had help. Another outsider driving a truck. The evil trucker killed his brother, ran him over like he was a possum in a fury, Leatherface leapt at him, the saw ready to avenge his family. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? The saw ready to avenge his family, but the trucker was too quick. He knocked Leatherface aside and turned his own saw against him. As he watched the outsider driving away, the rage, grief, and pain combined with the worry about what would happen to his family now. They would surely return with the police, and the police would take his brothers, his grandpa. Without them, what would he do? Without their commands, he would wither and die. As his world collapsed, Leatherface spun in circles, swinging the saw all around, trying to fight off the myriad external threats that surrounded him. Ah, I love that dance though. It's so cool. Then another feeling overtook him. It came from outside his vision. Crawling over his skin with cold dread, he realized that no matter what outsiders could do to him, there was something worse, something bigger that lived in the shadows. He was filled with the terror unlike any he had ever felt. But it was almost comforting, like the fear he'd felt with his family, the fear of disappointing them. That's kind of weird. He was brought to a place. You know what I like about Leatherface, real quick, is like, or not really I like, but what I do after a match with him every time, when survivors run out of the exit gate, I'll start swinging the chainsaw and I'll like look down and up and I'll do the spin and stuff and try to replicate his dance. Anyways, he was brought to a place that was familiar but unknowable, and he instinctively knew what he had to do. He couldn't fail it. The way he had his family. Outsiders would come, but he would use his skills to Ew, gross. Outsiders would come? Ew. But he would use his skills to overcome any threats. There would be screaming, but he can make the world quiet again. Until the day, the only sound remaining was the blessed howl of the saw. Let the outsiders come. I did it again. I was on a roll too without pressing circle. Alright. The last 8. Oh. I always thought Doctors was longer. Showing exceptional aptitude in psychology, goddamn, Herman was handpicked for special training in an advanced neuroscience program located in a secret black site facility in Illinois, known as the Leary Memorial Institute. My favorite map. Really a front for the CIA. This is where Herman met Dr. Otto Stamper, where under his guidance, Herman began to use strange and ever-increasing vicious methods to extract information from prisoners sent to the Institute, which was also a covert prison and re-education center for whoever was the USA's current nemesis. His liberal use of violent electroshock therapy revealed dramatic results, and several threats to national security were uncovered. Over the years, Herman became known as the Doctor, and no one ever questioned if he had even held a medical certificate, or even what happened to the prisoners after they had given up their information. It was only after the Leary Memorial Institute went silent for a week that the true horror was finally discovered. The personal patients and prisoners were all found dead, with all types of head trauma. All personnel and prisoners' bodies were accounted for, including Dr. Otto Stamper, but no sign of Herman, the Dr. Carter. Oh my god, this scared the crap out of me. Why did it do that? Hold on. My Bluetooth just made noise. It scared me. This entire time it made no noise. Oh, are all the old killers lowers like only 3 or 2 paragraphs? Lisa Sherwood grew up in a quiet town. The people of the village were kind, and the elders helped settle their disputes. Oh, we're moving on to the hag. Lisa Sherwood grew up in a quiet town. The people of the village were kind, and the elders helped settle their disputes and keep the old traditions alive. Lisa was particularly fond of the charms they taught her to draw. For safety and good fortune. One night, as she was walking home through the woods, a terrible storm struck without warning, and the slick, wet In the slick, wet darkness, she lost her footing and struck her head. Slipping in and out of consciousness, she watched dark shapes approach between the trees. Soon, they were close enough for her to make out their evil hungry grins. They kept her chained to the wall in a flooded cellar. Through the gloom, she could see others whose open wounds swarmed with flies. They did not survive long once the cannibals began carving bites from their bodies with their rusted blades. But somehow, Lisa persisted. Starved and mutilated, her grunt arms became loose in their shackles. She pulled, and the metal tore through skin and muscle until she was free. Her flesh oozed vicious yellow pus, and bones were visible beneath gangrenous wounds. She could go no further. Delirious, she thought of home. She thought of the elders. She traced the symbols they had taught her. A dark hunger stirred inside her. It yearned for blood. She chose vengeance. The police search eventually brought them to the old house in the swamp. Its inhabitants had been dismembered and devoured. The elders' charms were scrawled in blood on the floor. Lisa's body was never found. Huh. Interesting. I don't think this one's gonna be long. Nope. Some humans... Oh, Michael Myers is up next, aka The Shape. Some humans are simply bad seeds. Seeds infused with the distilled and pure form of evil. Michael Myers is one of those seeds. He had no issue with causing the pain of others. Instead, it was exactly what he sought. But even life can be tough on those with minds filled with terror. The difference is just how one goes about to solve those problems. For Michael, he had to kill to find some inner peace. As he took his sister's life, the police found a silent boy dressed as a clown at the scene. When one stumbles upon a growing fire, one does not pour gasoline on it. But this was an action taken by officials that had no idea how it would shape this demon in the boy's body. Sending Michael to an institution was a feeble attempt to save the child. Unsuccessful therapy and nightly screams just made him more introvert and deranged. People hoped that Michael Myers would end up a parenthesis soon to be forgotten and buried, a failure that soon were to rot away. But then he escaped. Nurse. Oh yeah, the old killers do have kind of short ones. Sally Smithson came to town with dreams of children's feet and laughter. That's weird. And a wooden home built by her husband, Andrew. Oh, okay, never mind. She's dreaming of kids. It's just weird that she's specifically thinking about feet. Maybe the behavior devs like feet. Sally Smithson came to town. Hold on, my hair's getting in my face. My house is like 80 degrees. I'm sweating my freaking ass off. Sally Smithson came into town with the nurse. Sally Smithson came to town with dreams of children's feet and laughter in a wooden home built by her husband Andrew. And one day, Andrew's foreman had to pay Sally a visit, forever changing her life. With no other option, Sally had to find a way, but the only employment she could get was at the Cordis Prane Asylum. She started at the bottom, doing the hard night shift over the years. Her mind had reached its limits. Decades of seeing horrid things that violate the eyes. Finally, she could not take it anymore. The concepts of purification emerged inside her. As the morning staff arrived one day in September, They found over 50 patients dead in their beds, and 4 staff members also dead. Only Sally had survived the night, but her mind was gone, rocking back and forth non-stop. They got her into an ambulance, but that ambulance never reached the hospital. It was found crashed in a nearby woods. All the staff dead, and Sally nowhere to be found. There she is. I found her. She's right there. So dumb. Alright, now we're back to the long ones. No, we're not. The son of wealthy landowners Max and Evelyn Thompson. This unnamed boy was an unwanted child, born to savage parents. Hideously disfigured, he was shut away from society. So ashamed they were of their son, they bricked him into a room and fed him through a hole in the wall. When the boy escaped, he took his revenge, savagely and terribly slaughtering the parents who had tortured him instead of raising him. After the deed was done, he continued to live his life at the farm, taking out his deranged violence on the animals that were allowed to run free. As he finally broke free from his shackles, he ran through the cornfields, chasing and slaughtering whatever he could find. They never found the bodies of Max and Evelyn, but they did find tortured and disemboweled animals all over the farm. Coldwind Farm was quickly settled, and the land split up and sold off. There was never a buyer for the farmhouse, perhaps because of the sounds of a chainsaw you could hear throughout those hot summer nights. Piggy 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 boo 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 boo. Piggy 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 ooh you. Piggy 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 ooh you. Piggy 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 ooh you. Pig 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 pig. I get distracted. I do that so much on the Billy. I just kind of do that and watch all the animals just... I'm easily entertained. Now, this one's long. No, this one's also not long. What the hell? Philip Ojomo came to this country without anything other than hope for a new beginning. He was happy as he got offered a job at Autohaven Wreckers, a small scrapyard where bribed cops turned a blind eye on the somewhat shady business that took place. Ojomo didn't care. He had seen criminal activity up close in his homeland. As long as he didn't get involved, he let things be. He just fixed cars and handled the crushers, something he did really well. A car went in, a small metallic cube came out. It was not until one gloomy day that he, just by accident, saw some blood coming from one of the uncrushed cars. As he opened the trunk, he found a young man gagged with tied hands, panic-filled eyes. Ojomo freed the man, who managed to run 10 feet before Ojomo's boss stopped him and slit his throat. As Ojomo demanded answers, he was explained that he'd been nothing more than a simple executioner, as more or less every car had a soul in them. This was a service the scrapyard provided to certain clients. Ojomo snapped and went ballistic. He threw his boss in the crusher and let it slowly compress it as the head stuck out. Ojomo grabbed it and pulled head and spine out of the body. Then he left. He was never seen again. Is it just me, or some of these have really bad typos? Like, okay, I get that I'm not reading the big words right, but some of these are just like Ojomo grabbed it and pulled head and spine out of the body. Like, fuck. His head and spine. You weirdos. You're not Trapper. You're Naughty Bear. Hold on, Naughty. I'm sorry. I'ma do you justice. Naughty Bear. A dark fog enveloped him while life's a dark fog enveloped him while life's narrator. I know it says narrative, but why? Life's narrator echoed in his mind, fueling his deep-sated disdain for others. His signature scowl cannot hide the scars of many an encounter too brutal to recall. Many a repair from many a fight, Naughty had learned early on how to sew to keep his insides where they belong. A ruthless blade that cuts through flesh and fur like butter. I'm sorry, I really like Naughty Bear. Naughty Bear is really cool. He's one of my favorites. I wanted him in this game. I want the Gremlins. Naughty Bear was my second favorite that I wanted in this game, and I got him. So he gets an honorable mention because he should have been his own killer, and I don't care what anyone says, he should have been his own killer. What the flip? That's kind of cool. Oh no, wait, Naughty. Give me back Naughty. God dang. How do I switch? Oh well, we'll just read it as him. Evan McMillan idolized his father. It wasn't just that he was heir to a great fortune. It was the way he ran the estate, raised under his firm hand. Evan had taken to running the workforce with an iron fist. Production was always high, and the McMillan estate prospered under father and son. As Archie McMillan's mental health slowly degenerated, Evan protected him from the herd who wanted a piece of the fortune. No matter what his father asked of him, Evan would do. When Archie McMillan finally snapped, Evan became his enforcer. And what would become known as the worst mass murder in modern history, they never proved that Evan led over 100 men into those dark tunnels before detonating the explosives and sealing them to their fate. The tale of the McMillan estate is a tale of wealth and power gone very wrong. How many victims fell to the hands of father and son is unknown. No record was ever made of what became of Evan McMillan. His father is another unsolved puzzle, found in the basement of his own warehouse, dead and abandoned. Hold on. This is what my trapper looks like. Wait, let me leave. The one time I want to hit circle and go to lobby. Okay, this is what Trapper looks like. Or at least my Trapper when he's not Naughty Bear. In case people are curious. Hello again, Naughty Bear. Why didn't he talk? I didn't hear him.
Hello again, Naughty Bear.
Don't tell me this skin is bugged. Also, oh, he looks so good. Oh, he looks so good. Anyways, I'm sorry. I love Naughty Bear. Naughty Bear's so cool. That's not the Trapper skin I wanted to show. There we go. Those are my Trapper skins. Oh yeah, the audio's being weird. But, alright. I'm gonna call... How long have I been streaming, actually? It's probably been a bit. But that's all of the killer's stories and backgrounds. Hold on. Give me an uno momento, por favor. I am going to check how long we have been streaming. Oh my god, this has been going on for 4 hours? That did not feel like 4 hours. God damn. Well, okay. I'm gonna end it here. God, that was 4 hours? If you enjoyed this video, leave a like. If you didn't, leave a dislike. If you would like to see more of this, leave a comment and let me know. Because, honestly, that did not feel like 4 hours. And I'm a giant horror nerd, and I would love to go more in depth with lore and stuff. And, like, talk about maybe which killers would be most loyal to the entity or whatever, because I know there's already lists like that, but if you want to see it, I will, when I get my PC going and stuff, I will update these videos, and I will probably redo them and edit out the parts where I stutter and stuff, and that way it's not as, you know, interruptive, I guess. But, yeah, if, I already said that, but I'll say it again. If you liked the video, like the video. If you disliked it, then dislike it. If you want to see more content like this, leave a comment and subscribe. If you want news about video games, leaks, just anything video games, come join the server. If you want updates about what's going on in my life and you just want to stalk me, little twisted freak, then join the Discord server. I will see all you twisted little things next time. Probably tomorrow. Most likely. Yes, tomorrow. And I might stream... I might do another Sonic Frontiers video, or we might do a Plants vs. Zombies video. I don't know yet. But with that being said, bye-bye. Toodly boodly. A toodly boodly. Toodly boodly boo. A toodly boodly bee. I cannot believe that was 4 hours.